Sweating, push me deep into the wall. Try to clean me, but I'm my own fault. And I know that you hate that. Falling, breaking down onto my knees. Still can't make me say please. And I know that you hate that. Gotta love that you hate that. A woman is hard. A woman can sing. If you ever die, it's a dangerous thing. A woman is soft with armor for skin. She's holding a power. A woman is king. A woman is king. I'm done dancing, stroking on your ego.
What's that?
Usually excusing all your evil, but I'm not gonna take that. And I wasn't there for Adam and Eve. I met the emperor sweet. A woman is hard, a woman can speak. If you ever doubt, she's a dangerous thing. A woman is soft with armor for skin. She's holding a power. Woman is king. Woman is king.
What's up? Welcome, everybody. I am. Thanks. I feel like some yoga is on the agenda, though. For sure. I have some things to share. Let's start here. I heard this earlier as well. Somebody's angry. Why are you so angry? Oh, interesting. I heard that. Not my problem.
Don't you know?
What that was.
Don't you know? I wish I was closer. I'll be watching over. And if you're too small to see, I'll lift you on my shoulder. If you're feeling low, I'll hold you. I wanna be there in the morning, so I'm working through the night. And I'll be smiling at you yawning while I'm rubbing those brown eyes. And if you ever need me, call me. I wanna make sure you're alright. I don't wanna be so far from home. You know your daddy's little soldier, and your mother's handsome guy. Now don't you worry about darkness, 'cause you're carrying that light. And no shadows fall when you're around. Don't you know, I wish I was closer. I'll be watching over. And if you're too small to see, I'll let you on my shoulder. If you feel low, I want you close to me like sunburn on the tree.
Good, how are
When
you?
you're close to me, my worries flee from me. 'Cause when I'm with you, my feet don't touch the ground. I'm gonna heal. But when I'm with you, I feel like I'm living a crowd. And for you I sing, for you I sing, for
That was Closer by J.P. Cooper. I also heard this one earlier. These were all Clairaudians. I like them. Oh, oops.
Deeper than the sea, darker than the ocean, deeper than the sea. You got everything, you got what I need. Touch me, you're electric, babe. Move me, take me from this place. Moving to the tempo, show me what it takes. Speeding up my heartbeat, playing in the face. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Covered in your water and I'm feeling like a summer breeze. Submitted on the power and you brought me to my knees. Use me, you're electric, babe. Move me, take me all the way. Whisper in my ear, I'm the only one you love and own. Take advantage of the moment, you're the only one that I want. No. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Losing like kites on a summer day. Hold me like you need me, take me far away.
Are you happy, Andrew? I'm happy for you, man.
Bodies moving until clouds are rising. Take me to the top, then watch me falling. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Kiss me, we're on fire, babe. Love me, take me to outer space. Party together. Load up and let me know when you're ready. I'll give a count. My Instagram is, I have a couple of them. Thank you. You're a lead singer of a metal band. Interesting. What's the new subgenre you invented?
Mashups are fun. I have some things to share. But we'll go through the music mediumship first. And then I've got a reading. I also picked up some astrology while I was in the shower. We'll go through it. Let's do this one. Somebody's mad. I hope you feel better soon. You good? That every single time gives me, as past life regression piece here for you. In fact, I should grab that deck. Druidic High Priestess. That gives Druid big time. Every time my ears hear it. I won't drop it. Big Druid energy. For those who do not know, in the Druidic culture, the spiral, the triple spiral, is part of what that means. It's referencing both points. funny, love. That's funny. Oh, you're not gonna kill my vibe. There's an interference. This just froze. On one of my favorite parts. You don't want me to start trolling you back, but I promise you that you're not worth it. So I've been ignoring you. Move along. You have nothing better to do with your life. That's very sad for you. Cool. I am not lip syncing. I am singing. Those are vocals. No, you're being rude. If you shush, go mind your business. Lisa. Of course your name is Lisa and your second name is Anne. How? Okay, plain Jane. I see why you're mad at me. I'm just trying to clarify. No, get out. I'm just saying. Oh, I was just kidding. Get out. Shh, nobody cares. You're not welcome here. I also don't think you realize whose tree you're barking up, but toodles. This is not it, honey. Go find something more productive to do with your Sunday evening. Toodles. Let's do... Can you imagine?
Build a website.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine spending my Sunday doing what they're doing. It's just embarrassing for them. And boring. How boring. That sounds boring as shit. I'm so mean? Oh, because I gave your bullshit back to you. I wouldn't accept your little poke in the bear. No. Get out, covert narc. They always think it's mean when you give it back, but they didn't think it was very mean when they did it first. How's it mean when I do it, but not when you do it first? Heyoka empath. Get out. Learn your lesson. Don't do it again. Think twice next time. Speaking of, the song is called Giant. It's by ZZ Ward. Heard it earlier. Now I know why.
Feeling like a giant, walking over walls. I could crush a mountain, 100 feet tall. If I was any higher, I'd be in the stars. For once, I'm the one. For once, I'm a giant. Smoking clouds like cigarettes. Lifted lighter, space cadet. Oh, my, so monstrous. For once, I'm a giant.
Somebody's laughing at this song. You heard? Yes. It's like the angels knew, right? It's like they knew there was going to be a bully and this applied. So it's a new song for me. Time out, you child. 10 minutes in the corner. Yeah, well, Andrew, that's who I just put in timeout. He can't comment for 10 minutes now. Like a child. You get time out. Don't fuck with Mother Goddess. Thanks, cool cat. That's funny. That's what Leona would call the VIP section. Not VIP for me. VIP is, not everybody gets into the VIP. You have to qualify. Pieface did not. All right, let's do this one. This is called I Run by Haven. Excuse me, that was commercial. Somebody's... Ooh, you're cranky. Oh. Well, get well soon.
Sportage.
Like jealousy is a disease. Get well soon. It's that kind of an energy. Or it's not, I don't even know if it's jealousy. It's angry. It's weird angry. I hope you feel better soon, because that's strange. Okay. Now I know why one of my spirit guides came through. He came through yesterday, and I said something. I said, now you're just pissing me off. And he came through because he liked Jeff Dunham when we were in high school. I don't deal with Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham has a number of racist bits. We've established that, so like I don't, but he really liked him in school. So my spirit guide, he passed away a couple of years ago, this friend in high school. He came through my left ear suddenly and said, "Am I pissing you off, Fafa?" And suddenly I was cracking up, so I was no longer upset. Called him by his full name. He said, "Well, hey, it worked, right?" That is correct. But he came through and he was grumbling in my ear with love, right, towards me. He was upset about people that he knew when he was alive, or that he had crossed paths with when he was alive, that have been bullying me or trying to bully me or trying to cause problems for me. They've been targeting my account for a while, from false flagging and trying to get things suppressed and destroyed and taken down, like everything. False flagging, all of it. The mobbing, the gang stalking, all of it. So we just let it ride. But he's upset at the people that he's aware of that have been doing it. And he came through today and reminded me of some posts that I made years ago. And one of the things that our little friend group was called was the Weirdo Brigade. Like, that's... Do they sesh with you? Yeah. Some of my spirit team used to smoke with me when they were alive. So, yeah. I smoked with my grandma a couple times. That was badass. Good memories. Anyway. So he came through speaking about this today. And I pulled those clips up. I already have them here. I'll link them really quickly in the description box. But I noticed yesterday one of the people who's been trying to bully me, stealing my content, etc., trying to make a profit off of me and my name, actually. And then another person that the spirit guide knows has been bullying me, like grouping up with the others and bullying me. Some of the people in that little clique came on my live feed yesterday and were leaving harassing comments in the chat section. And I noticed, were parroting back to me something that I've only ever heard myself say because I made it up in response to the trolls and the bullies. All right, one of my nicknames in college was Alice, and it's because people thought it was weird, but it works for me, like Alice, right? It works for her. Quirks and all. Now, that being said, that was in college, but in high school, the little clique was called the Weirdo Brigade. You said this was a weird mix. You've got a bong in your hand, a stoner hippie chick on your screen, and then something else on the TV. Gordon Ramsay, dancing stoner chick. Yeah, but it's fun. Also, cool, I like the Food Network. I grew up half the time in a restaurant, so. That's funny. The gas station princess. Are you talking about the CrAE Brigade? You know what's funny is the Angels called her the other day. What was it like? She was trying to copy everything I do, but like it's just a bad knockoff version. Like she's trying to be me, but it's like the bad Wish version or like a Temu version. Like the Shein version of me. Honey. Ew. Yeah, well, they were coming through, and one of them said to me, "You're weird, not the good kind." How many times for how long have you heard me say that? For a long time, because I've been saying it for years. But like I said, I've only ever heard myself say that because it was a response to people bullying me. So she decided, after hearing me speak it on my live feeds, I guess to start parroting it back to those kids, and then sent the kids over here to say it to me. I'm like, first of all, obviously it hurt your feelings because you wouldn't be trying to throw it around offensively if it didn't. Second of all, I know it hit because you wouldn't be trying to throw it around offensively if it didn't. And third of all, it applies to you, so you're right to be offended. Or you could just accept the reality of the situation and understand that it's not an insult but an observation, and I just told you the truth but it hurt your feelings because you were in denial and not ready to accept it. Moving on. I'll do some magic. Here's a magic finger for you. It appeared out of nowhere, didn't it? And here's another magic trick for you. You get to disappear. Block. 2 magic tricks for you, sir. Be careful. Ask and you shall receive, but be careful what you wish for. Also, touch not mine anointed, do my prophets no harm. Sky Daddy's not happy with you. The universe saw that. And so as far as the Weirdo Brigade goes, weirdos, I love weirdos, but there are different types of weirdos. I don't like pedophiles sending minor children over here to harass me because the pedophile got caught stealing my stuff and trying to sell it to those kids at that. That's weird. That's a bad kind of weird. I'm cool with being a weirdo because I make a point to be honest and authentic and ethical. I also heard her state out loud that she wanted to write children's books to teach about ethics, which she has none of and is not qualified to do, but was another confession of seeking to specifically target children with sales at that. The same children that she sent at me after doxing me to 9 million of them with the caption, "Bring bullying back." So recruiting them to bully for her. The same ones that she was speaking to about lesbian sex in a live chat. So gas station princess is right. For starters. What the helly? Yeah, what the helly is also right. None of us are weird. Oh, look, they're here. Now, none of us are weird. Oh. Did that one hit? Children aren't allowed in here, but I did tell you. I did tell you. So, moving on. Here you go. Hi, babies. He says, don't give the trolls any attention. Somebody's mad. Oh, so mad. So as far as the Weirdo Brigade stuff, I actually pulled out those screenshots earlier. He told me to do so and told me that I would need them for this feed specifically. That makes sense. When you said what you said, I realized why he came through a couple of hours ago. Again, after coming through last night. Am I pissing you off? Oh, not anymore. No, this is 18 plus. Gravity bomb. I've spent a long time since I've used those. Let's see. Oh, I hear past self. Interesting. Past self. Yep. Somebody's angry. I feel it, but we're going to focus on those higher frequencies. How is everybody? Good, I hope. Remember to hydrate. I think I might do some Reiki. I'm going to pull some cards in a second too. Part of what I do is naturopathy. If that answers your question, my website is Horizon Holistics. Oh no! And you told me not not to drop the bong. I didn't drop the bong. Don't be rude. What got me into holistic everything started with food and nutrition. It was my health and my daughter's health. It turned out that she and I had some food sensitivities, and as I figured that out, I figured out that a lot of Western medicinal stuff wasn't supposed to be working, wasn't working. They prescribed different stuff and other stuff, and then they wanted to prescribe steroids, and the thing that actually fixed the problem was a different style of eating and naturopathic therapies. Like they kept trying to prescribe me steroids and then stronger types of like topical steroid style stuff. Nothing worked. But tea tree oil did. Essential oils worked. And adjustment of eating. So that's where it was started. It wasn't out of a woo-woo thing. It was out of a real need for actual health improvement. So, yep. Just so you know. Because I already know where the trolls go with that typically. No, it's the thing that worked. So I grew and expanded and stuck with it because it works. And I'm not saying, I love science. Hello, I also am I'm partner in a biotech company, okay? Science is great. But so spirit. Oh, also, just a disclaimer. Especially with tea tree oil and things like that, you need to make sure to dilute them, meaning you put them in a carrier oil or even a water. Make sure to shake whatever it is up so that it's not too strong, because it can, kind of like a chemical burn, they're really strong, and they can cause like rashes or burns on the skin, some of them, if you're not careful. Side note, also, I've seen people, people do the roller balls with they have companies specifically to sell these essential oils, a couple of them, big ones, main ones. Hi, baby. Well, there were some people who were just slathering these oils on their temples, as is often prescribed in this type of aromatherapy. Wrists, like here maybe, often on the temples or wherever it is that they feel like they need them. But then they were going out in the sun with no sun protection. And then they got mad and thought that the company's chemicals were giving them chemical burns. No, baby, you put on oil. You put oil on your face and then hung out in the sun. That's no different than Crisco. No, you're not going outside. You're an indoor cat, and there are coyotes out there. Thank you. Past Self by Sleep Token. You like that one? It's a good one. Kitty cat, come here. He's being fussy. What time is it? Not that late. Sometimes he does this when he wants me to go to bed. He's tantruming right now. Maybe. This one is called Woman King. It's by Iron and Wine. Oh, there's airplane commercials. Like, oh, that's my hula hoop. Flights and travel. I'm telling you, he's throwing a conniption. What are you doing? Yeah, you. Ooh, are you okay? I have another little bit of grandma lore, okay? This is great grandma lore. The cover photos of the Iron and Wine songs, the ones with all of the little different thimbles on them. Is that Diana and Harry? I think it is. Oh, goodness. I didn't notice that before. That's funny. Okay. So UK, nod to the UK. All the little thimbles are sitting on this wooden shelf and they're all separated. My indica. Yes. They're all sitting on this wooden shelf. And my grandma had a shelf just like that and all kinds of little thimbles. She also had little bells that she collected, like little ringing, I don't know, like ding-a-ling-ling bells. I don't know why, but thimbles also. Just like this. You're welcome. This is Woman King by Iron and Wine. I'm glad you liked the track list today. Well, I heard all of these clairaudiently, so I can't take credit for it, but... Some yoga. I'm gonna move over there soon, I think. We'll see how long it takes me. I'm gonna wrap it out. Great. heard pandan, clairaudiently. That's an Asian flavoring, I think. Very popular. I think it's kind of earthy, maybe. I don't know. I don't look old enough to have a daughter. Well, she just turned 12. Baby.
Tongue dancing is behind my lips for you. The fire rising through my being, burning I'm not used to seeing you. I'm alive, I'm alive. I can feel you all around me, think I'm nearly everything, holding on to what I'm feeling, savoring this high ceiling. My hands flutter up above me, and you whisper you love me, and I begin to fly into our secret place. The music makes me stray, the angels singing sigh. We are alone with you. I am alone and they are too through. I'm alive, I'm alive. What are you doing? Kitty. No, he was right under my feet. You just couldn't see him. So I was asking, what are you doing? That was strange. I was reading your comments also. I realized what that was. Okay, the fuck? Yoga definitely calling you? Yeah. Absolutely. I would sound good with screams following my vocals. I need a band? You think I need a band? You know, I used to do, when I was 18, I started doing open mics, or I was trying to more consistently, but the guitar player that I was working with, he was very good. We worked really well together, but he got quickly caught up in the bar scene. It was just like peer pressure and stuff like that, but he didn't have any self-control. And so when he would call to practice, it would be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, dude, I've got a 12-hour double tomorrow. No, call me at a normal hour. 4 or 5 in the morning to start practice? Because you're just like chilling out after drinking and partying? No. No, I was working for someone else, and that was the shift at that point. It was like a 12-hour shift the next day. And I just gotten off a 12-hour shift. I'm like,
No. But he wasn't serious about the music. He was partying. And I really think he wanted to sleep with me also. But he didn't care about the music. Not the way he should have. That was the problem.
I'm gonna show you. You wear the burden, world on your shoulders, babe. So let me hold the weight. I know you're hurting, deep as the coldest pain. This is the oldest saying. I'm gonna show you everything's alright. End of the tunnel, there is always a light. You're in the middle of the darkest night. I know you're hurting, babe. Whenever you look at me with all your sad eyes, I'm gonna dry your sad eyes. I'll make you right, so don't cry. I'm gonna dry your sad eyes. I'll make you right. Under the street lights, you turned and said to me that you're no good for me.
Are you at work?
That was the first lie you've ever said to me. Oh, baby, honestly, I'm gonna show you everything's alright. End of the tunnel, there is always a light. You're in the middle of the darkest night. I know you're hurting, babe. Whenever you look at me with those so sad eyes, I'm gonna dry your sad eyes. I'll make it right, so don't cry. I'm gonna dry your sad eyes. And baby, even when you're troubled, tears are falling. Darling, you should know you still look beautiful. Sad eyes. I'm gonna dry your sad eyes. I'll make it right. Everything will be alright, I swear. Everything will be alright, I swear. Everything will be alright, I swear. Don't say I'm gonna try. Don't say I'll make it right, so don't cry. I'm gonna try your side. And baby, even when you're troubled, tears are falling. Darling, you should know you still know it's beautiful. I'm gonna try your side. I'll make it right. I'll make it. I'll make it right. I'll make it right. I'll make it right. I swear. I'll make it right.
Excuse me. That was Sad Eyes by James Arthur. I have... Oh, somebody's mad. Yep. You already moved most of the stuck energy. I have been working on it. I was just thinking, it's so funny you say that. I think I need to go do some yoga in a minute. I do have a couple more things to do actually in the kitchen, a couple little kitchen projects I was thinking about doing pretty quickly, or at least starting, like mixing up a loaf of bread. I do have some protein to bake off, which I might wait to do. We'll see. But I also wanted to do another quick project. I already started it, but Anne-Marie. Oh, you know, I hear love to lose. I feel like this has been, hold on. James Arthur. Rewrite the Stars. I like that one too. It was for what was this show? I didn't watch that movie, but I think it's called The Greatest Showman or something like that. Am I wrong? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it is. Oh no, it is. The Greatest Showman. It's right there. And that, I think, what was his name? He was in the High School Musical. Efron? Zac Efron. Yep. He was in that. Wait, was Zendaya in that too? I feel like she was, only because I remember her talking about like learning acrobatic work or something, like for a role in a movie. I think it was this one. I think they did that together.
It's not a secret I try to hide. You know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied.
Well, mate, lift. I'll give you a countdown.
Miles away and out of reach from me, but you're here in my heart. So who can stop me if I decide it's on my destiny?
You got a gravity bong and you're in a chat with a planet as a title.
What if we
As Rewrite the Stars is playing.
say you made to be mine? Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be ours You think it's easy? You think I don't want to run to you? But there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all.
Don't push yourself. Sharp like a cat, not like a demon. Wow. popped up and was calling at me too.
I have waited, paralyzed by my own will, viciously reminding me still I'm born to believe, and I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by a holy force. No, you can see, but you will be mine. Yeah, you will be mine.
Yes, Lisa. Not yet on the hoops. Although it's funny that you ask that because I probably a minute and 30 seconds ago was just thinking to myself, I really want to pull out my hoops and dance. Now I did charge them, so they're charged and ready to go. I do need to do some yoga first. I literally just worked all of this out in my head. It's so funny that you asked that. The timing is impeccable, but I just wanted you to be aware of either the intuition or the, I don't know, telepathy, whatever that was, the timing, synchronicity. It's why I went over here and started fussing with the stove all of a sudden, because I have two things, at least two things. I think I want to work out 3 recipes tonight. I think I might do the third one possibly off screen. It won't take long. I just have to broil with the oven, and so that is going to be the hottest, meaning I need to do what I'm doing now first. It requires the lowest temperature. The bread I'm not going to bake off until either later tonight or tomorrow, but I can make it right now, like a mix of quick batch of dough. And so it rises while I'm doing yoga and I'm dancing. Like I literally just worked all of this out in my head. I don't know if you saw the expression on my face, but like the numbers were being calculated. Well, have you ever seen the show called Numbers, where all those numbers go across the screen and like the whiteboard? And it was like that in my brain for a second. No, three food projects and dancing, yoga, food, dancing. Hello. And I haven't eaten today either, so I need to eventually do that. But you know, making some stuff now is probably a good idea. I have stuff made, but I do need to do a bit of food prepping stuff. So I'm gonna make this one. That won't take long. While that's heating up, I think I need to get the recipe quickly ready. I started it earlier to go in there now, and then I can also do the bread at the same time. And then when that's done, I'll fuss with the protein, because that I can crank up at a high heat. So yeah. We'll play that next. I wanted to let this one finish. This one, that started playing on its own though, granted. 10:22, 10:23. But mine was playing. I want to give it its moment, the rest of its moment. It's so pretty. So I've had dreams about this one recently, or I've received this song in my dreams. I love music mediumship.
Will never stop me reaching for to see you again. We're
Moonwater. I like Moonwater too.
I know you can see, I know you
also interesting. I like that one.
Sulfur on your breath, grounded in my chest. You will never have to talk about it. You'll never want to talk about it. Fury, true dominate, reason dislocates, and you'll never have to talk about it. You'll never want to talk about it. I was more than just a body in your passenger seat, and you were more than just somebody I was destined to meet. I see you go half blind when you're looking at me, but I am between the secondhand smoke and the glass on the street. You gave me nothing whatsoever but a reason to leave. You say you want me, but you know what you need. But I when you say that, acting like you know me, acting like you only brought me here to get below me. Never mind the death threats, plotting at the doorway. Rather be 6 feet under than be lonely. And if you had a problem, then you should have told me. Before you started getting all aggressive and controlling. You only drink the water when you think it's holy. So keep an eye on the road.
More than just somebody I was destined to meet. Almost done with this one now. It's a pretty quick recipe. Good. Take care of yourself. That's important. Ooh, I like this one. It's auto playing. So I'm going to let it from here.
when we were made. It was no accident. We were tangled up like branches in a flood.
Somebody said, "What are you eating?" I heard that. Raw cranberries. And they're delicious. Very sour. I love that.
Oh, this is taking more muscle than I thought. It's fine. I'm almost done. Ooh, I like that.
Tea tree music.
Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, right dangling like cold cuts. before you take a piece of my pay stub. Black roses, black doves, godmother, rise up. I need you to see me for what I have become. Those eyes like fire, I'm a wind in search for a funeral pyre. Come now, bite through these wires. I'm a waking now when the gods grow tired. Reset vibration, violence. I know more the lines of a pathway higher. Grow back your sharpest teeth. You know my desire.
I think I'm going to have to do 2 batches. It's just a lot. I mean, a lot. I do that. I told you I don't mean to, but it happens every time.
I guess it goes to show, does it not, that we've no idea what we've got until
Batch 1.
we lose
No.
it. Keep it up.
No, I know what you're talking about, because I had somebody that used to come in this chat. Leather. Yeah, and he sent me that guy's like handle. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this?
I'm so lost.
You got it?
I'm doing a fourth project. Cooking project. Smaller pan. That's the one, I think. Ish. Maybe. Clean up my space a little bit too. 4. Yeah, I'm gonna mix. Well, I was just going to buy tomato sauce, but I'm like, no, I like it better when I make it. I'll just make it quick. Actually, it's not quick. I like to slow cook it, but on the stove. Just like slow. Made you start cleaning? Good. You know, that's called body doubling. Sometimes that's why I hold space here a little bit while I just kind of do things. That's called anxiety, Andrew. Sometimes it happens. Better have chocolate chips. It's so funny. Somebody mentioned Nutella. I picked up some stuff to make something with a hazelnuts earlier, like a hazelnut spread, and then also you just said chocolate chips. I did also pick up, you know what, that's a 5th project I'm going to probably do really quickly. Is I got, or at least part of it, I got stuff to make more jam, and then I was going to make homemade like peanut butter cups. Sometimes I fill in with hazelnut though, too. Tomatoes, those are all tomatoes. I'm gonna make some homemade tomato sauce. But let us, Past Self is playing again. How's everybody? I'm gonna do some reading as well.
Tired of changing your role?
No. Shush. That was a weird commercial. Two more. Those are done. I think those are done too. Oh, I need some to transfer these. Excuse me. I was enjoying the quiet and thinking. to the bowl.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime.
This one. Oh, thanks, cool cat. Very nice. Alpaca. Girl. Good night, Jess. Jose? Jose.
Integrated hardware you cannot afford. Perfect start to a perfect war. Putting out the roses, picking up the sword. Aqua, redraw. Aqua, redraw. Mark Past is a holy book. A call from Olympus, ringing off the hook. Between the pain and the way you look, I'm stuck in a time when the mountain shook. These days I'm a picture frame, screaming at the sunshine, singing in the rain. Sugar on the blood cells, carbon on the brain. All of Eden's vices running through my veins. Aqua, oxytocin running in the ether. Second, ballrooms, subatomic interactions if it's all good. Gold run, acid flux, saturate me, I can't get enough. Pro with wireless One Connect box.
How are you, Andrew? You doing all right? These worked just fine. Much better than I anticipated. To be clear, I knew they'd be fine, but these are delectable. Oh, blast off, Andrew. Woo! Mate. Speaking of emergence, seaweed chips. Yum. I got pita chips earlier. I have hummus also. We want that to go low and slow. Thought you were headed out, Jose. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do it. Sleep token emergence. Just ask if you ever have a question about music. Don't ever hesitate to ask.
projects. But hello, I have half of them underway. A couple of them are done already. Some of them won't take most of them won't take very long. This one is the longest. You just have to stir it periodically and make sure it's breaking down. It's just tomato sauce. So make sure to turn it down a little bit. Stop. These are good to be put away soon too. Almost. Not quite cool enough. Good. Good vibes. We're cooking. Smoke? Yeah, you want to smoke? Went from 3 to 6 projects. I don't know. I always have stuff I'm working on. All right. I like this one too.
Eczema isn't easy.
Not that. I'll give her another minute. I just sourced some fabric. Oh, those are done. And I'm waiting on some beescloth. Or beeswax. So that I can make some beescloth wraps. But that's another project I've been working on.
Oh, I've been waking up under blaze, blue blossom days. If only Damocles would hit me back. No alabaster carvings or faces on a falling would prevent my head from fading to black. And it feels like falling into the sea. From outer space in seconds to me. And I play discordant days on repeat until they look like harmony. When the river runs dry and the curtain is cold, how will I know if I can't see it? But words are boring, but I can't always be killing the game. No golden
That's awesome.
voices from the shadow will do anything but feel the same.
Very kind of you.
And it feels like falling into the deep from somewhere way out over the peaks. And I play this card in days on repeat until the tip runs out of me. When the mirror's trying to cut is cold,
Okay, pause on this. No, I'm done with half of my projects now. Some of them are cooling and need to be put away, but some of them are the tomato sauce is cooking. The bread dough is done. The cranberries are done. So that's 3 out of the way-ish, and underway and out of the way, and then I've got to quickly pick these grapes off the vine and then make a raspberry jam. Wasn't there one more thing? 6? Wasn't there 6? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
feels like it's screaming to me.
Okay.
We just vibe out. Sometimes. Sometimes it's more structured, but honestly, God said just to hold some space. Teach a little bit. Don't focus on the fear they're trying to project or the hatred. Focus on love, alchemize it into love, because that's also what's coming. So. You know what this feels like? Kind of like that 70s show basement music and Friends, and it's more like, yeah, man! And then Kitty comes down with snacks, so sometimes I do the mom vibe. Do you know what? There's another show. Has anybody seen Grace and Frankie? I think it's still on Netflix, maybe. It's so funny. I recommend watching it if you can. But when Mr. Meeker was alive, make food while you eat cereal.
really liked just got another flash. He really liked Grace and Frankie. Like we both were watching it together. And he told me that I remind him of Frankie, but honestly, how does weed compete with oil companies? I don't know. Sometimes I've been able to resonate with both. Frankie's a creative, happy little hippie, but Grace is a bad bitch. She's a businesswoman when she needs to be. Or rather, she's a businesswoman and is a bad bitch when she needs to be. I'm done with these. They're quite addictive, though. Cranberries. Clean up. Fun container to put these in. I think I should just wash this one. I need another burner. So many projects on that elbow room. Let's. Oops, I didn't mean to switch that, but it's playing. It's trying to, so we're going to let it.
Oh, wish I could have known the look in your eyes would echo in mine. No, but on my mind across the line. When was the last time I felt like this? That desire and tainted place. It's like you're dangerous to me. I notice every time we meet. I feel the ground beneath my feet giving way. You've got me talking in my sleep as if you're conquering my dreams. You have awakened what's beneath I could resist you. Something in me just cannot but insist to just one last time. Always the last time you tasted that. What would it take to stand the fire? When I am caught inside you, like clockwork beneath the burn of rocks, I wanna lose my mind. To burn with oblivion, would you mind breathe and burning breeze through paradise for me? It's like you're dangerous
Beneath my feet.
show me how to dance forever. Show me how to dance
Somebody's upset. I'm feeling that. Stop. Thank you very much. And can you block that out for me? Thank you. Appreciate that. Somebody's. Why are you so mad, dude? Just relax. That's just envy energy. I mean, it's karmic female specifically. I heard her response, that's why I say that. I know what she said. I think it's strange, but okay. That's not how she said it, but that's pretty consensus. So. Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to clean up here really quickly, pack a bowl, and move over to do some yoga. No, when I move over here, I'm going to sit for a bit and do some yoga. I might even dance for a while. We'll see. What time is it? 1:35. We're doing all right on time for now. Maybe an hour-ish. Oh, you feel that? You felt the energy shift. Uh-huh. It's like a disorientation energy. I felt it.
look one more time. Open them out. Which, yes, I did use a lot in that last recipe, so maybe I forgot to put it on this. It's alright. No. No, that's oregano. I might be out of basil. What's the problem?
In the great green room.
Doesn't happen very often. Usually I have a couple bottles of that in here. No. I think I used it all. Unless that's it. Well, I'll be damned. That was an adventure. Sorry, let's see what we have. Oh, it smells good. Plenty of oregano. No, I seem to be. Oh, there's a stem in there.
Under the surface of your words, there is a new intention, new whispers the words could not be heard, catching your intention, wait, talking with praises on your tongue, just to provoke my comeback. New weapons to stop those final strings, just to watch me fall back. Do you like that? Do you like that? Push down into membranes and layers, creating a slow dissection. I stumble into your touch, and resistance to your collection.
Just been sitting here and eating raw fruit as I go.
It's not like it's bad for me. Man, my grandmother just came through. She says, twigs and berries. She's basically calling me out for being hippie. She says, you and your grandfather, granola. And she's not calling me a granola. She's talking about how we like granola. Like, and cereal and yogurt. And like, it's not wrong. It's funny. She says, you whippersnapper. Hey. That's an old word. No offense. She was offended when I said that. I'm timeless, she says. Man. Somebody says, is this the one who showed up at her own funeral cracking jokes? Yes. I was rolling. Well, it's a good turnout, she said. I'm like, I'm timeless, not old. Yeah, but whippersnapper is quite a word. It's dated, man, from today. Right, ye old whippersnapper. Which I think means like you youngin', you whippersnapper. Something like older people said. So when I said, yeah, that's like an old word, she got real. No, I'm timeless. Timeless, my timeless rose, man. She's so funny. That was funny. Alrighty. There's another project down. Clean up my space again really fast. We need a hydration break. Maybe I should. Oh, my onions. They went rolling. I don't know what I'm. Get in there, please. Thank you. Eee. No. Well, damn. Your mom is from England. This is playing. We're going to let it. And then I might actually switch to possibly a bit of Pandora. Just so I can, we're going to move over and do some yoga and maybe a little dance soon. So I just want to unwind and let it go for a few and take my hands off of it. Oh, this is looking lovely.
Well, I know what you want from me. You want someone
chills. They are a little fragile. It's funny. That's done. I'm gonna go. Except for I don't have any lemon. I just used my last lemon, so I'm gonna use some of this.
As an engineer, science-based design is...
Just needs I just need basil and salt. A little bit of salt. A little bit more salt. And I'll have to get more basil tomorrow. So Okay. Get something in bed. No, I'll get it tomorrow. Just run to the store. Thank you. All right. Cranberries. Cranberries. Tomato sauce. Raspberry jam. Bread dough. Also the grapes that I just put in the freezer. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have another project? Maybe I miscounted. Maybe I was counting the half batch of cranberries as one project and the other half as two. I don't know. Either way, we did it. Didn't take me very long, did it? Maybe I need to turn this up a little bit. It's not really bubbling. Maybe she won't turn this loud as slow. Maybe I should turn her down. Finicky stove, I guess. Perfect grilled cheese shall never be underestimated. Right.
Discover
munchies?
your own.
Banana mayo and peanut butter sandwiches. Ew. No. 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 What? No. Try, you know, like peanut butter and banana sandwiches? People do that, like peanut butter toast with bananas. Try that, but like a grilled cheese, but without the cheese. Like grilled peanut butter and banana honey sandwiches. Really is what it is. So like you grill the bread like you would a grilled cheese, except for instead of cheese on the inside, you've got honey and banana and peanut butter. Then you grill the outside like a grilled cheese. Oh, she's bubbling now. Also needs a stir. Yeah, she's done. Hold on, I'm on a time crunch and I need to wash my hands thoroughly. That's perfect. It's almost close though. Yeah, that was almost really close. I'm just gonna add all these. Call that done. I was also going to do a mango one, but I think I'll wait till tomorrow to do that. Also, I think we need to hit the yoga mat in a moment. Somebody's mad.
Just run it back, give me 5 whole minutes. I am Victor on the inside burning. I've got a ghost in the hallway grinning and a heavy head that won't stop turning. If my fate is a bad collision, then if my mind is an open highway, give me the twilight two-way vision. Give me one last ride on a sunset skylane. Hold me when you get the
Raspberry jam, cranberries, bread, tomato sauce, which does need another stir actually. Freezer. And then what you don't see right here is the cover. Do I have a lid for that? I think the lid's in the sink. So use this one temporarily. But this is protein that I've got marinating for tomorrow, which I will probably broil. I was going to do it tonight. I think I will. Because it's set to go now. And I'm happy with that. So. Ta-da. Give my hands one more wash. It's been a week, guys. It's been a couple of weeks. Been busy tying off some loose ends while people were really trying to be combative. Okay, gang. I was ready for a bowl pack. It's still too hot. But move that around. Hold on. That was a lot. I need to stretch. Peanut butter dip toast and tomato soup. Apple cider vinegar with butter on toast. Yeah. We got food chat going on, huh? In the comments. It's an interesting one. commercial. Your core, do you work out? That's why I need to go stretch. Be careful. Ooh, this is looking good. Turn it up. Good idea. I need more weed. I was just gauging the... I was figuring it out. Thank you. I did feel a funny vibe, but not quite like that. How'd you bruise your liver in like combat practice? Did you get a side shot? Don't do that. Why would you do that? It's foolish. I like this song. It's getting better. You feel it too. Then, yeah. Also, somebody's asking why is it getting better, or why do I cook it low and slow? More specifically, was the question. Because it's better that way. When you do it the right way with the right type of tomato, it cooks nice and slow, and it brings out the natural flavor and the sweetness from the tomato. It's just different. It's different. Pinch my abs. Ew. Yeah, well, careful. You don't want to give yourself internal damage. Sounds like not fun to me. No. You can Google that. That's a myth. Holding your hidden doesn't actually get you more high. I know it feels like it, but you're actually just tricking yourself into thinking that you're getting higher because you're actually getting a little bit of a dizzy effect from holding your breath. Wouldn't you know? The reason being, I have science for this. Holding your breath isn't going to the receptors in your lungs can only take and absorb so much at a time. So holding it in there is not going to make it take more than it can. It's just going to sit there and gum up your lungs and cause stress, right, to your organs. If you want more of an effect with that hit, what's better to do is try to get deeper into your lungs and hit lower receptors. So making a point to do some breath work before you take a hit. Or also, you know how sometimes you see me squat down? That's me getting into a deep squat, which opens up the hips, which forces the diaphragm and some of these ab muscles and everything up here in the lung system to open up so you get more air. You also see me lift my arms up sometimes. That's a runner's trick. It's also to open the airways up. So the key is to pull it lower or expand it into your lungs where it doesn't normally hit the same way or as much, and not hold it. You can look that up. It's a smoker's myth. Yeah. Oh, I hope you heal up, Isa. I hope you heal fast. I'm glad you survived, my gosh. Oh, is it really? The head rush? It's just DMT? Yeah, I believe you. You mean you had to change some stuff in your lifestyle to accommodate? Yeah, there it is. Yep, I got you. And I understand that because the long-term injuries from the abuse that I have dealt with had similar effects. I had to adjust just to survive, and then I've had to adjust to rebuild. You know what I've been getting downloads of? You might actually appreciate this movie, but I definitely resonate with it. I actually have it on disc here. It's called The Peaceful Warrior. It might still be on Netflix, or not Netflix. YouTube had it going. But it's about a gymnast who gets injured, and he has to rebuild his whole body and retrain himself. And I've had to do that, from the yogic practice to, like, there was a time within the last couple of years where I stopped dancing. For a while, I was concerned that I might not be able to dance again. And I still have work to do to get my body and, like, retrain everything. From the dance to just body structure, which really goes hand in hand with the dance part of it. It's all tied together. But yeah. Now we obviously know that I'm dancing again, but don't give up. I'm just getting started on I'm not done on the healing or the progress elsewhere that the requirement for healing interrupted. Because what happened was they saw me building in life and business and what have you, and they were upset, they were jealous of it, so they tried to destroy it, and eventually that caused me the physical injuries and trauma. So I'm healing from that and still rebuilding. And then building beyond what I was building that they were jealous of, to the point where they decided to attack me and try to steal instead. But they still tried. And it says more about them than it does me. People think the nasty things that they do to you to try to make you look bad, it says something about you. No, it doesn't. It says everything about them. I'm gonna try to make you look bad, you try to make people look bad. You're legitimately the worst. You hurt people trying to make yourself look good or make them look bad. You're atrocious. I know who I'm speaking to. 12:22 on the clock on the East Coast. Abusive. domestic violence involved with that one. Yeah, it does shift in yoga. Also, here's a bit of lore. Do you know why I got into yoga? Somebody asked me how and why the holistic stuff, how I got into that earlier. I was just stretching, doing my old gymnastic routines, stretches before I would dance, so I didn't hurt myself when I was dancing. And I realized in the process of just stretching before dancing, which inevitably kind of ended up being a yogic practice, and then the flow of dancing itself, both of those were moving meditation. And so I realized the spiritual alignment that was happening through this, and it just deepened the practice. Also wasn't for a woo-woo thing. The dance also is really good for my brain. It activates both left and right hemispheres. So that also is not just for fun, you know, it's all for purpose, but it's an art and a healing tool and a way of expression. When I got my body into the flow and just let it be, my spirit and my mind could kind of click into the same. You're right, mind, body, soul, love. That's what it was. That's what it is. I think I'm going to maybe give this another, I don't know, like a maximum half an hour. This is almost done too. Didn't take as long as I thought it would. Oven's cooling off, and then I'll stick that bread dough in there and call it good. Actually, I'm going to make those peanut butter cup thingies, but not until after yoga. Grilled cheese is a cure for the mind. I hear this. In my ears. Specifically. to know myself. Hurt also. I need to go stretch and open up my airways. I feel that. I'm hearing that hold on. They're telling me that I'm gonna regret it if I don't at least get this started. So I'm listening, and I know why, because it's gonna take me 2 batches to do this. Very likely. Could be giant ones, but I'll do that. It's gonna take me 2 batches. So I should start this now. They're right. You're right. Holy angels. Oh, somebody's worried about this. Oh, not a big deal. Not at all. Problem solved. Let's do this one. Technically, this is 7 projects. How are you? No. I planned this one. No.
Okay, Peloton.
I'm only going to do half of this right now, I think, though. Because, and I can only do half of it because what happens is I have to let this set before I can reuse. I have like reusable muffin tin thingies that I've been using. And I only have a certain amount of those, so I have to do a split batch. So I'll do half now, let it cool in the fridge, and then I'll do the other one tomorrow or like later, I don't know. But if I don't do it now, it's going to be a problem, only because I have to wait to reuse them. If I had 8 more, it wouldn't be a problem, but it's fine. I'll give it another 10 minutes. It's okay. Some people call me that for MJ.
So you never miss a beat.
I thought I paused you, ma'am. Muted you. Happy Thanksgiving. I was invited out, but I don't think I'll go. I'm almost done with this.
This one goes quick too. A lot of these are pretty fast recipes. For me anyway. I don't know about everybody else, but for me. Probably because I've done them so many times, I don't know. But it works.
I like this one. It's not long enough, but it's fun. Especially in the beginning. A little bit more to finish that last one, and we're good to go.
Love to travel? Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture app.
Vibes, guys. Hi, how are you?
X card, you earn unlimited.
The commercial still. Alright, I think this is done also. It smells done. Let's do. Sorry, that was very loud. I do apologize. Beautiful. Okay. Hold on.
The relic need not be unholy, you know. And anyway, let me. I think I want to make some tea. Would anybody else like to join me? Definitely some yoga, definitely some vibes. Not for too long, but I am going to kind of unwind a little bit. I also think I'm still going to do a quick reading. We'll float out. But in the meantime, I'll put on some music. Kitchen floor.
hot, my love. Thank you. There's that.
Unwind vibes. Do you feel them? They're pretty immaculate. I'm going to take an edible.
At Living Innovations, we build community. You can be a part of it. We put supporting people first, and that means a caring community. Within our workforce.
face. That's better. Alright, everybody ready? I know you're waiting on me. I'm coming. Can't use them right now. I like pickled garlic. Honestly, I just like pickles in general. I'm a pickle girl. I am indeed. I like some pickles in my life all the time. Yeah, slow cooked caramelized garlic also. Especially with honey. Yep. I have lots of probiotics too. You know what I heard somebody say earlier? Oh, she'd make a really good charcuterie board, which is funny, and I bet I would actually. I just quickly made some cookies while I was over there. They're baking. And also I'm making some pasta for that sauce. Pickled asparagus too. One of my favorites are dilly beans. That's what my grandmother always called them, dilly beans. They're just pickled green beans, but they're so good. I did honey cookies. And I have water boiling to make some pasta really quick. That's why I keep checking over there. And that way it'll be ready for the sauce, the red sauce I made, which just needs a bit of basil. And then even the ghee, I end up putting, I tend not to use butter because of the dairy, but I will clarify it and make ghee, so take out the dairy. And even the ghee I have in the cabinet, I made, so everything's from scratch. Yeah. So it's all ready. All the components are there. I just toss it together. Hello. Tiny thermos. Oh. Okay, ready for a blaze up. I know. People keep telling me I should. I should make a Discord. I know I will. It's just like a timing thing. I'm waiting for the intuitive, the lightning strike, the little electricity bolt. I will. Is that how you re-upped? You sold your blood? My goodness gracious, man. I am feeling some funny energy also. Yeah, are you noticing that? Like in my stomach? Ooh, in the heart. Ooh, here too.
Vitamins are formulated to support women's
But I was also picking up some positive energies too. So don't I didn't talk about those ones as much. I was chatting with you guys as I was picking up and processing. But in between the negativity that I was mostly just dismissing, yes. But I think it's good that if you're noticing an energy shift or you're feeling something, I feel that in the throat too. Yeah, somebody is angry. It's like a karmic male energy I'm picking up. Somebody like wants to. It's like them slamming somebody up against a wall by their, like angrily running up and gripping somebody by the throat. But possibly to pin them, it's really aggressive. It's that kind of an energy. And then a few minutes ago, there was this toxic female energy and she was coming through kind of weird and jealous again too. Just very strange. So yeah, definitely acknowledge if you're feeling a shift, and feel free to ask. If I notice something too, I know it can help just with the confirmation. And the goal is eventually for you to be so confident in reading those energy shifts within yourself and your own intuitive messages about them that you don't feel like you need confirmation. It's just practice. But yeah, I got you. I get it. It's okay. Somebody, yeah, I feel that. It's like sick, very heavy, not feeling well, because all of a sudden the energy's like, it's almost like nausea and tired, and I'm fine. I need to eat a little bit more, for sure. I went the day without eating. I did all that cooking, so it's not like I don't have stuff to pick, but you little monkey, you're just a cute boy. I love you. You. I'm such a cutie one. Hello. Yeah.
for all health, so you never miss it.
I love you, cute boy. Oh, they double spammed me. Owie. Teabag's in, is it? No. Teabag out, but it's still finishing soaking. Excuse me. I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes on that.
Love you. You're so cute. He's a good boy.
And what energy strings? X's. There have been X's big time keep trying to pull on the energy fields. I've been just cutting cords and praying constantly as every time it comes up. But they're bugging out right now, right? Because like they've either lost out, okay, or they know that they're going to. Like they either have figured out that they're not coming back. There's no way for them to come back. They're not being let back, or they're like they're realizing it. They have realized it, or they're realizing it. Some of them have realized it, so they're panicking. Some of them are about to. Some of them, just depends on the situation. Some of them wanted to try to come back around and, like, I don't know, test the waters or something. I don't know. Whatever that it was just foul. You know. So there's that. For one, just be mindful. Don't let old ties keep you back or stuck. The song is called Reaching Out. It's funny. They said skip 2. Yeah, I mean, no, these are people, some of them who, they had chances. They had chances to be fair and balanced and treat people right, and they didn't. They were selfish, and like they either pushed people away or they caused people to have to leave to regulate themselves. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. That was an adventure, man. Hide the table, right. Oh, you bide your time. Got it. Tea is gone. I'm about to smoke. The pasta has a few minutes to cook left. Cookies are done and cooling. I turn the oven off? No. After all of that, I think if I eat anything, it might just be some pita and either hummus or I have baby carrots too. I could snack on salsa maybe. But I feel pretty good about that meal prep. Yeah, I love hummus. Usually I make the hummus homemade. Honestly, I like it better when I make it homemade. And my favorite almond butter is it's better when it's homemade. It's better when I make it. I've never had a better almond butter than when I make it. Cannot get store-bought almond butter better than homemade when it's done right. Oh no. Also, I might actually pull some seaweed out. You're right. I think you're right. I would make a good charcuterie board. Who said that? Because I heard you while I was in the kitchen and it made me laugh. Who said that? I didn't ask, but I heard you. Sushi is good. I love sushi. I don't like raw fish though. I love sushi, but I like salmon. I don't like it raw. Somebody says why. I think it's a textural thing for me. But also, yeah, the big time on the texture, but also because I know beyond that you can get sick from it in a couple of different ways. That also is a huge factor. However, it didn't stop me from figuring out that I did not like the texture of raw fish. I think it was salmon or something. Yeah. But I love sushi if it's cooked. Like, and there are tons and tons of sushi dishes that are cooked. One of my favorites actually is an Asian fusion. It's not authentic, obviously. Asian fusion is a mix of cultures, and so it's like a Mexican roll. It's so good. It has avocado. It's like a shrimp roll, but it has avocado in it, and like Mexican spices and all kinds of delicious stuff. And then, yeah, why? Yeah, I heard you. That's why I answered. But one of my favorites that I've ever had, honestly, is a sweet potato roll. Which some people might argue is not technically sushi, but the first place I ever tried that was an authentic Thai restaurant. It's run by people who are from Thailand, so it has to be. And also, it's a very common thing for them to just like roll up vegetables and there's kimbap and bibimbap, and these are different cultures, variations, but they're very similar. Kimbap is a sushi roll kind of a thing. It's like whatever they have, and they just roll it in a nori sheet, I believe. And then I think bibimbap, if I remember, it's kind of like a deconstructed sushi bowl. It's all just like lots of vegetables, usually though, and proteins and rice and whatever, and they just throw it in a bowl and mix it with the seasonings and sauce or what have you. And then also, many Asian cultures do lots of tempura. In vegetable tempura, including a sweet potato, is very, very common, but that's also the base ingredient for a sweet potato roll as well. Always get it extra cooked so that, especially if you're transporting it home, it's not soggy by the time you get it there. Pro tip. The rest of the outside doesn't matter, but the centerpiece, you don't want them to cook that to nice crisp perfection and then have it get soggy from the steamy rice that they roll it in immediately after. Or the hot potato and right. It's phenomenal. When it's fresh off the table, or you make a point to have them cook the sweet potato a little bit longer before they roll it up and slice it, it holds that crispness better on the outside. And then this is the magic. I can't say that they do this at every place, so it can be good to know how to do this yourself, but the sauce that is on this particular sweet potato roll that I love, it's called eel sauce. And so it's very umami. It's a little bit sweet and a little bit salty and kind of like tangy, almost like a soy sauce glaze, but it's sweet too. It's so fucking good. I could drown almost anything in it. It would be delicious. Eel sauce. And it's not, they don't put a lot of it on there, just like a quick little drizzle on the top, but it elevates it. I think it might be a soy-based glaze, the eel sauce. And so, like, rather than just dip it in soy sauce, I don't know, the eel sauce just elevates it. I don't want to ruin the flavor with too much soy sauce. Fish sauce or no? No, are you asking me if I like it? I mean, like, it goes in some dishes. Some dishes require it, typically speaking. I just got sweet and sour soup. I think there's fish sauce in that, right? Yeah. Usually sweet and sour soup has like fish. If it's not fish sauce, then it has fish in it, which is fish sauce. Fish soup sauce. Hold on, what was the other one? What? Ew! Eel sauce. Okay, eel sauce, also known as unagi sauce or kabayaki sauce. Yeah, I see it is a thick, sweet, and savory Japanese glaze made primarily from soy sauce, mirin, which is like a sweetened rice wine vinegar, and sugar. Despite its name, the common version of the sauce does not contain eel, but it's called that because, oh, I can see how that would be good. It is called that because it is traditionally used as a glaze for grilled eel dishes. Now, I have never had eel either, but I'm getting like the mediumship thing, the taste and the smell. I can see how that would be really good on eel, like grilled eel. It's like barbecued eel, and it would kind of be like, you know how barbecue sauce, when you do it, it gets caramelized and it starts to stick to the meat or the vegetables or whatever you're glazing in it, and it might get like a crust on it of the glaze. It's like that, but for eel. I keep picking up grilled swordfish too. I used to like that as a kid. And my beautiful peanut butter and homemade raspberry jam cups. What an adventure, guys. You stole my spot, you little monkey. Can we share? You can share. Anyway, sweet potato rolls with eel sauce. Chef's kiss. Fried calamari. That's so funny. You know, I have squid in the freezer. I'm not joking. For that specifically. Oh, I think they're in the back. I'm not going to pull them out right now because that means I'll have to pull out the bone broth that I froze and made also. And I don't want to do that right now because if it falls, it's going to fall on my toe and that. Well, I already see where that would go. And we're not doing that. The gift of being a seer. But I do have some in the back. In fact, I should probably do that soon. To thaw it out. It's very interesting how fishermen will quickly make sure that the squid don't suffer and they just like karate chop them, I guess. Ow. Hello. Calamari, yeah. Yep. If it's done right, it can be, you know, it's fish. That's okay.
Your famous.
I don't know what that was. Mr. Ballin. Hi, baby. Let's do a bit of yoga. Shall we? And I should shuffle out these cards too.
To be a part of it. We built some.
You are, oh, sweet dreams. I hope you have a good rest. Try to make sure you get some more sleep tomorrow. And have a beautiful day. I hope you wake up feeling charged, sending prayers. Yeah, have a great shift. Stay safe. Thanks for being here. Is this what Viking communities looked like in the past, you know? People just vibing and supporting each other. Maybe sometimes. Sometimes they were not so nice. Sometimes you had marauders. Sometimes you had people within the supposed community who were well, they were less than pleasurable to deal with. So it kind of was very similar to the way that things are. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we've had these toxic karmics who very well know, they know that the things that they're doing presently are against present day law, whether they were Viking laws against these things or not. Yet they're still doing them. They're still stealing from people. They're still assaulting people, whether it's rape of spirit or money or body or somewhere in between. So, you know what, another thing as a past life regression is that I've noticed is that a lot of these people are just replaying out old cycles that they've lived through in previous lives and are picking the same bones that got them bad karma in other lives. Some of them came into this life, some of them chased us through the lives because they felt like they weren't done being a bully. In other cases, they were, whether they chased us through the lives or they were given a chance to come here and do better, they felt like that toxic pattern of being abusive and nasty was familiar for them, whether it was cognitive or just subconscious. You think you're telling me something new? That's funny. Yeah. Usurpers. And then I mean, like, yeah, there was a lot of assault. Different people, different time. Because we keep blacking out history books. I mean, Alexandria, Library of Alexandria was one. Yeah. See, this is the thing with history, is it can be used to map patterns. And if people map patterns, they can learn either how to avoid something or improve something or whatever it is. Right? History repeating, and we live to remember. So if you black out the history books, basically wipe them out, and people don't have anything to compare it to, it's kind of like trying to give people amnesia, cultural amnesia, ancestral amnesia on levels, and so they don't have anything to gauge those patterns against, meaning they're kind of like driving blind through them, it feels like, because it feels like it's the first time. You've got nothing to compare it to. The Bible's the same. Do you know why there are so many different versions of the Bible? And why there are whole sectors and sections missing? In fact, I heard somebody speaking about me the other day, and they said she's part of the Elohim, living Elohim. There are whole chapters and stories that were just erased from history. Ones that show greed and power and corruption for what it is, where it is in some cases, and then also in others where love and self-empowerment and communal growth, collective growth, higher frequency Christ consciousness as a whole, regardless of religious path. Just a high frequency, right? Ganesha could be seen as a Christ consciousness being, in fact. Right, the collective consciousness, exactly. And so there were whole books that were just removed, erased, excluded from the biblical scriptures and texts. But it's not that they didn't exist. And this is the same reason, this goes into the same reason rather, as to why there are so many different versions, like the King James Version versus all the other different versions. Very often, every time a king or someone in power came into some kind of position of power and then stumbled across something, usually maybe somebody trying to pick a bone, I don't agree with your politics because the Bible says this. Well, they would change the Bible to fit their agenda. They cut out some things here, they add in some things there, and all of a sudden, God's word went in accordance with whatever they were trying to do politically within the kingdom or financially within the kingdom or whatever. So it's like a narcissistic moving the goalpost, basically making people jump through hoops. Funny, good vibes. Deep talks with Jim. King James. I mean, I'm not harping on one particular person or the other, but as an example, many people know of the King James version of the Bible. It's a pretty common version. But for the same reason that there are many different versions of it, that in a lot of cases is why, or at least in part. You know. I like this song. This is Diamond Saints Lost. Or this artist, rather. I see more universally too. That's Christ consciousness as a whole. It's not Christianity, it's Christ consciousness. And so I believe I'm personally am an ominist. I see the same truth in many different types of religions. I see the same archetypes. Like in Norse, it's Freya. But in Grecian mythology, Grecian Roman, it's Aphrodite or Venus. But in Egyptian, it's Isis. It's all the same. That's Christ consciousness. That's ominism. I don't... Can I tell you something about the Jehovah's? I'm not going to puke or judge you for that. Who here remembers me a day or so ago saying, you know, I haven't told you guys about this one yet. Or at least I haven't talked about this one in a while. You know, there have been people who tried to drug my water supply. Somebody said, hey, can I send you some edibles? And I said, I don't accept food gifts. I don't want you to take it personally, and here's why. It's just like as a safety measure. And so I had this person in my family who started dating this Jehovah's Witness, and I encouraged the relationship because I just hoped that they would be happy, and it seemed like an appropriate dynamic age-wise and what have you. So all that being said and all that aside, he started paying for her everything, like paying for repairs on her roof and all kinds of different stuff. And then she started getting really weird with me. Although I was like a daughter figure, family. on levels. But then she learned about what I do for work, because he talked about me. She learned about what I believe and, you know, what I do as a medium. And obviously, as a Jehovah, do you think she liked that? No. Okay. But she also is a psychiatrist. And apparently, according to him, she deals with the most like extreme of extreme and apparently like violent or like deeply suicidal patients. So the ones that have extreme, very likely high volume, definitely chemically dangerous prescriptions, like the big ones like lithium and like ones that they would prescribe in a psych ward, okay? So I had been getting my water. I used to have a water jug set up here, and I would get these big multiple gallon things of water and then just put them in, and it would filter it through like with a spout, right? And I was getting spring water from the spring on the other side of the island, but sometimes rather than drive half an hour just to fill up the things, this family member happened to live on a piece of property that used to be part of a park. And so the water is very, very pure. It's cleaner actually than the spring water, the regular spring water, just where it happens to be. It's just very clean. And so I had just been filling up there out of the tap because the tap water came out of the spring, and the spring was cleaner than the other spring I'd been getting it from, according to the water testing companies. And I'd been doing this for years and had no problems. Till all of a sudden she entered the picture. And I noticed a pattern as well. Anytime he and I were picking up or delivering or dropping off whatever the water together, not a problem. Anytime he was doing it himself, not a problem. But anytime she was with him, or more specifically, let's say he filled it up in the nighttime and then they were getting ready, like she stayed the night with him and then they dropped some off the next morning when they were on their way out or something, that's when I would notice a problem. And all of a sudden, only when she had time to tamper with the water, only when she was there, my water, when I would get it from the same place every time, would start to taste like metal. I'm like, what is going on? At first I asked him about it, and I wouldn't drink it. It tasted like if you put a penny in your mouth. Metallic. Like irony or something. It's like something's wrong. And I asked him, do you notice anything with the water or anything like that? And he said, no, not a problem. And I do believe he genuinely had no idea, because she wasn't messing with his water, just mine that came from his house. Somebody said, and this was a doctor? Yes. The Jehovah's Witness. And so I would not drink that water and then I would wait to get it refilled, and then eventually, it didn't take me long. I pretty quickly realized that it only had issues when she had hands on it, or time to put hands on it. Like, she'd stay the night, but he was planning on dropping it off in the morning, but he'd fill it in the nighttime so that it'd be ready to drop off in the morning, and then somewhere in between the nighttime and the morning time, she'd sneak out into the garage or in the back of the car and put drugs in it. And I watched this pattern for months, and only when she had access to it at certain points was this a problem. But I asked one day, I was like, what would make my water taste like metal? What would this be? And all of a sudden, you see, I had an archangel team with me. It was Archangel Michael and Archangel Uriel, and all of a sudden, they came through. This is serious, yeah. And I was just asking, kind of like, what's the word? Not facetiously. Rhetorically. Like, I wasn't even asking for an answer. I was just, you know, let's say you see somebody do something absolutely ridiculous, and you're like, why would that person do that? Even just to yourself, in your head or out loud, like, ew, what would ail that person to do something like that? You're not necessarily seeking an answer or looking for an answer. It's just kind of like a rhetorical, like, good God, what is wrong with that person? Like, that's the energy, right? Okay. And so I'm like, what? Out loud, what would make my water taste like that? And all of a sudden, ping, in my ear, I hear lithium. I'm like, what the fuck? So I Google lithium and symptoms of lithium, and wouldn't you know it, but things tasting like metal is a symptom. Especially if it's starting to try to be built up in the system, which is what they wanted. Doesn't have to be, though. It can be quick. And just as quickly as you get it out of your system, those symptoms can dissipate. And so I figured out, because this didn't start all of a sudden, right? She was with him for a little bit, and then, which I encouraged, right? And then after a while, it was like she figured out how often I would get water and how much would be dropped off. And so did a rough math guesstimate on, okay, let's say she drinks 3 gallons you know, or 6 gallons every week, or like whatever it is. If I want her to have a week's worth of medication every day, and I know she drinks 6 gallons a day, and that's about 6 gallons a week, and that's about 1 gallon a day, then I'll put this amount of medication in the whole thing. That way, if she drinks roughly 1 gallon a day, she'll be getting roughly whatever dose I want her to have for that day. Like that. She got ratted the fuck out. Man. And so, like I said, I'd been pouring the water down the drain because I knew it was tampered. I knew it was poisoned, dude. That is poisoned. They tried to poison me. She wasn't my doctor. She wasn't looking or gauging or there to ask or for me to report any possible drug interactions she didn't know if I'd been taking anything else or had access to or I was exposed to anything else that might have caused some kind of reaction. That's how Right, I'm a widow, man. That's how my partner's father died. He was taking a prescription and the pharmacy accidentally, bless you, sweet dreams, refilled the wrong medication in the bottle. They gave him the bottle that said it was the right prescription, but they put the wrong pills in it. And so that isn't always necessarily deadly, but unfortunately he had some of the previous medication that was supposed to be in his system still in his system. He just went to take the next dose so that it didn't fully drop out of his system. He wanted to keep some of it in his system before taking the next dose, so that when the last dose kind of waned off, the next dose was kicking in. And so it was consistent. And unfortunately, the two things that were mixed, the one that he had been taking and then the one that the pharmacist accidentally put in the bottle on the refill, they were poisonous and toxic when they were together. So when he took that new pill from the new bottle, it created a deadly combination with the pill from the last bottle that he still had some of in his system, as he was supposed to. But all of a sudden, his family heard this big thump from the second floor, and they raced up, and he was dead on the floor because of a pharmacist error. So, yeah, it's just a foul thing. A foul thing. These people were willing to orphan my child. And you know what? She has 2 twin girls, and then her son is dead. He went off the side of a bridge while on bath salts. So some good raising kids in that type of environment did her. Oh, and then the guy who I was getting the water from, the family member who started paying her bills and literally to repair her roof. Do you know how expensive roof repairs are? He ended up breaking his back. She apparently pushed everybody out of his life. I've stepped away because I wasn't going to involve myself in danger and toxicity that was foul. But he broke his back because he just sent me an email about it. And no, she wasn't there. She did all of that, drugged my water supply, took his money for roof repairs and all kinds of stuff, isolated him, bullied everyone out of his life, or risked killing them. And then when he broke his back, he was alone on a mountain in a multi-million-dollar house that he built. Yeah. No, she is a Jehovah's Witness also. I guess her husband was abusive, and so she stayed with him for 30 years, and he took it mostly out on the son, which is probably why he went over the side of the bridge on bath salts. But why? Why would you target another woman who's also an abuse victim? What? Because you're what? You're jealous? I didn't stay in a toxic situation for 30 years. The second I realized it was toxic and you can't change a narcissist, and that's what I was dealing with, I booked it. I hightailed it out of there. In fact, I booted I was the one with the stability. Have been consistently. Even as they tried to dismantle it because they're unstable. Jealous that I didn't stick around and tolerate abuse. Jealous that I was willing to get out and build my life. I don't know, like, what even her deal was other than that, but yeah, pretty unstable. I had to go through abuse, so you should have to go through abuse. Well, I stayed in abuse for 30 years, so I'm upset that you figured it out sooner. You know how many times I've seen that? Well, I had to go through this, so you should have to go through that. And fuck you, that's why you go through shit. It's your karma. I am channeling, in fact. Speaking of, I got some astrology bits in the shower. Now, we just switched into Sagittarius season out of Scorpio season, technically. That's what it would appear to be. However, no, the fuck we did not. And I'm Scorpio, big time over here. Somebody said, yes, we did. Shush. Shush. Kindergarten astrology. What did you Google that? Because I got to download straight from God. No. We are not out of Scorpio. You know why? We're in Mercury fucking retrograde. That's baby. A baby. And that's Mercury. Shush. Mercury retrograde also embodies karma, though. Wouldn't you know? It's a big full moon energy. So you reap what you sow. It's like full moon energy. You can amplify and tap into gifts and you know, really focus on improving the way you kind of tune into yourself and like maybe work on the house, maybe do the journaling, maybe work on like whatever it is, right? It's very similar energy. So you can, again, manifest, work on a project, improve your own abilities, tap into your intuition, big time. But the thing about Mercury retrograde is also about karma. They have not learned their lesson. They are not sorry for the nasty things that they've done. They're still doing them. They're trying to do them again. Or do things to get away with doing them before. For starters. They haven't learned their lesson. Now we're moving into Sagittarian season, so they're impulsive. Yeah? Trying to recommit the same sins, re-attack people, re-target, drag the same situations out, restart them, get away with their prior issues and incidents, or whatever. No. That's your impulsion. That's the Sagittarian energy, yeah, absolutely. It's very reckless. But you see that Mercury retrograde energy pulls you back and says, well, slow your roll still, though, for a minute. Because you're going to learn this lesson, even if it's the hard way. So, for those of us who've been on the up and up, because remember, I got a download the other day where this karmic female, very predatory, pedophile energy, in fact, specific one who'd been targeting my daughter, she was having a hard time, and she said, I fucking hate my life, verbatim. And I could have said, well, good, you deserve it. Or I had the opportunity to ascend that situation. Just like, that's her deal, that's her issue, that's her. I'm just going to move away from that and keep elevating. That's none of my business. Her karma is none of my business. Not on that note, not there. Her misery, Her well-earned misery at that is none of my business. Because I don't want it. God sent me as karma. But sometimes the ultimate revenge, the ultimate karma, the karmic justice is you get to move on and just live your life in peace. Keep building and healing and harmony, growing. Or at least it's part of it. And so somebody's mad. So I chose the latter. I did not choose to gloat. And all of a sudden, the divine came through and cut all of the cords that people had been trying to, despite my cord cutting and boundaries, keep reestablishing or reconnecting or keep from. They did not want them to be released. They did not want to stop being energy vampires. Hello. And because they weren't done trying, all of a sudden God got right up in their faces and like aggressively, kind of angrily told them, like behind gritted teeth, stop. There was more to it than that, but that was the message. Cut the cords and then got right in their face as if to push them back. Like they were scared. They were, yeah, and that was the energy. Get away from my light worker. God said, you touch not mine anointed. Do my prophet no harm. Because that's all they've been trying to do. Is kill me for years. And I'm not going anywhere but up in life, and I'm taking my darling daughter with me. Toodles. Cheerio. Ignorant. Obviously, they didn't realize who they were dealing with. And if they did, well, that was awfully stupid of them, wasn't it? I'm in my goddess era now. You better run. So here we go. Yeah, the energy vampires. That's all it is. That's what it's been. So yes, Mercury retrograde, yes, Sagittarius season. However, also we're still in Mercury retrograde, which touches on karma, which, babe, is scorpionic. So no, we're not out of Scorpio season. And I'm living for it. But they're having a rough time. You know why? Because I'm reaping what I've sown. And so are they. They just didn't sow good seeds. And I can't relate. They tried to distract, distract, distort, confuse, manipulate, stall out, right? Create excess stagnancy or time periods, right? Cause setbacks. No. Fertility and creation, pregnancy and birth, Akashic records, star blessings. They try to keep people from getting their blessings, including with those first two cards, a divine counterpart connection, and possibly family and children, marriage, family, children, home, life, moving in together, living together stably has been coming up a lot lately. Like creation and writing is also here. So communication and miracle creation. Yeah, I'm telling you. We talked about miracle creation. It's reminding me of the story of the birth of Jesus, which goes hand in hand with Isis and Osiris, right? Soul healing, yeah. Anything else What do you want to tell us? Energy message for today. Creator God. It's about working with the universe for protection and peace and manifestation. That's it. Coming out of war, coming off the battlefield that we didn't ask to be on. Seek assistance. Teamwork makes the dream work, and sacred journey. But look at how much we've grown along the way, and look at how much we've learned along the way. I'm like, also pause for a second. I know a lot of us may have goals and be working on things, but right now, I know I am, a lot of us have accomplished things, or we are in a position that a number of years ago, minimally, we were praying to be in. Like where we are now, we wanted to be before. And let me just remind you that I know damn well, even on my, what I feel is my worst day, when I am not at my best of best, somebody is still jealous as hell of me. And I can accept that. Right. Ancient wisdom. True future. Yeah, and see, this is why alchemy and healing, we just keep focusing on those higher frequencies and alchemizing into love. They can't come with us. They also knew that. That's why they were trying to hold people back or block them, you know. Alchemy and creation, right? Because they can't create. They're destructive. That's why they steal from other people. They don't have a creator, divine creator that will work with them. Why? Because they're foul. God doesn't want to bless them for their bad behavior. So then they go and they steal from other people or mess with other people that they're jealous of, including for being divinely favored, but then they wonder why they're not. Touch not mine anointed. Sacred ceremony. Yeah, I keep getting marriage too. Let's see, shall we? I'm curious. Tell me about these karmics. What is that energy? Because I know I wasn't, you feel that in the stomach? The only one who picked that up. Wooded area. Power supply. Greed. So these are people who are energy vampires. Aliens. They were trying to keep themselves hidden also. Trying to masquerade themselves as people who could procure growth or money, or possibly were heart-centered. Green. Wooded area. Green. Alive. Abuse and neglect. And also the wooded areas, usually like they want to just bury somebody in the woods. Egoism and man-made disaster. So they catch karma, but then they're resting. It's, you know, they try to blame it on this or that, but it's a consequence of their actions. Revenge, intuition, right? And so part of the revenge for me is how sharp my intuition is. You know, they can't get one over on me. But also, they were trying to take revenge on people because of their intuition. Like when I started speaking the truth on these people years ago, that's when they really, really started the defamation campaigns, and they wanted me to be seen as crazy. Because I'm a medium, even though I was speaking on verifiable facts that can be proven in a court of law, right? But they thought that if they said, oh, look, she says she's a medium, that must mean she's crazy. Don't believe her when she says that we're committing crimes, that she has evidence to prove. Don't believe her when she says that we're abusing her and or children, etc., etc. Don't even look into it, because she's a medium, so nothing that she says could possibly be credible. That's what they tried. Same people, different story. Oh, absolutely. Except for I have the patterns. And you see, when I was a little girl, everything that they just did to me and my child, they did to my mom and I. I was the little girl. And then they turned around 20 years later and did it to mine. And they're going to pay for both. Intuition. Revenge. They tried to take revenge on somebody who is psychic for being psychic. Why? Because they didn't want their crimes exposed. I started picking up on the Freemason stuff before I knew anything about. I was asking. I was like, why do I just heard something about Freemasons. What is that? I tried to Google it, and like very little came up about it at that point. This was many years ago. Oh, it makes sense now, doesn't it? Yeah. For those who are just tuning in and have no clue, justice, what I'm talking about. Some of the people that were targeting me have jobs in the system, and one of them is a police lieutenant who, on his off time, decided that his best course of action would be to be the master, what was it? Yeah. The head leader of the local branch of the cult. The Freemasonic cult. Where they thought that targeting women and children for money and power was a good idea. How embarrassing. And a disgrace to the blue. And the badge. Clearly. Shameful. Truly. And then this dirty cop sent his daughter to stalk my social media. She was just subscribed to my Instagram recently. I blocked her. But he had her in my comment section on YouTube a couple of years before that. She was still stalking me, though, on another account. Yeah. So, yeah, that's it. It's also beyond you or I, Issa. This is an archetype. This abuse story, yeah, baby, this goes much deeper. I just got chills. It's a core wound. It's a core feminine wound. It's like a mother wound. And it is collective, and it does need healing. But the justice card came out because there were grimy, dirty people in the justice system who took oaths to use the justice system to serve, but abused the justice system to serve nobody but themselves and the linings of their pockets at the expense of innocent children at that. And that one, that pisses me off. Am I pissing you off, Fafa? Yes, Kevin, that one does. You said it didn't work the time. No, baby. Not when we talk about pedophilia. Right. He said it kind of takes the joke out of it. Yes, love. I love you. But, homie, no. Time and a place. But it was funny. Good try. Yeah. No. Because I was just thinking, it's not just one side or the other. We talk about the feminine wound, but there are masculine wounds too. There's a reason that a lot of these divine masculines have struggled to either like express themselves or, if not feel that their emotions, then honor them in expression. Just tough it up and be a man and rub some dirt in it. No. spouse, partner. I was just thinking like trapped also, even in emotions. One of my favorite things about, I hear Heartbroken, Jesse Murph, and there's a line in it where he says, we'll shed tears while we sit together home. Yeah. One of my favorite things about Mr. Meeker and I was that we both were just expressive. Like if there was something to be felt, we felt it and we talked about it. Sometimes we cried together. Sometimes he cried because I was crying. If he ever cried, it pulled on my heartstrings too, though. But there's nothing wrong with feeling and honoring emotions. It's part of processing. And it's important, actually. Surveillance, mail, revenge, I'm telling you, homicide, I'm telling you. See, they've been watching, whether it be sending people to do the drive-by stalking thing or through the surveillance cameras, because they did that, or the hacking, because they did that. This is a karmic male who wants to kill a target. I'm telling you. I'm not making it up. I have not. I've never been. Justice. But they're going to get it. They're going to face the justice system once and for all. Correctly this time. The way it was no way supposed to be. Did you see that? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to pull all of those cards up and some of them stuck to the floor. Guess what the top one is? What did I just talk about? What did they put in my water? What did they do to my water supply? Oh yeah, drugged it. Tried to poison me. Yeah, thank you. Oh, the cat. Did you hear him? He just started to cough like he was getting a hairball all of a sudden. Poison. Right. Anything else? Inside neighborhood. It was an inside job because what came behind that was accomplice, partner in crime. It was a group effort. I'm telling you, it was mobbing and gang stalking. Burial. Yeah, see, they wanted to take out the target. Desert is in reverse. It's because I just talked about Osiris and Isis. It's because, okay, if you know about Egyptian mythology, there's Osiris and Isis, who are like divine masculine and the divine feminine, and there was another it's said that they were triplets, at least triplets or quadruplets in some stories, but at least triplets in the womb. It was Isis and Osiris, which again, they were, yes, siblings. Now we know, don't marry your siblings. Inter-family marriage is not cool. Don't do that. But before, they thought it was the way to keep the bloodline pure, like completely royal without watering it down with non-royals. Or even if they had other royal bloodlines mix in, there was a concern that another country would try to usurp the whatever country that they just married into. Like, even if it wasn't the wife of a country, you know, the king of a country might be concerned that his wife's brother might try to steal his throne, or his wife's great uncle, or somebody else, but somebody in the family, by trying to dominate through that relationship. Okay, oh, caregiver just popped out too. And so somebody who claims to care for people, or what, like a nurse or a doctor, or yeah, hello. But the third sibling was, so it's like Isis and Osiris, angels, which is why there are wings. She's got wings. And then Set was the Egyptian version of the devil, basically. And Osiris's father knew that Osiris was a great ruler, that he would allow the kingdom to flourish. So he gave him the oasis land where there was water and vegetation would grow and the kingdom could flourish. But Set was destructive. The devil was destructive. So he gave him, what in Christian mythology, what does the devil rule? Hell. Hell is hot, right? Right. That according to the narrative burns, fire and brimstone and what have you. But Set's father in the Egyptian story, which by the way came before Christianity, it predates and is much older than Christian context. Set, again the Egyptian version of the devil, it's said that he was jealous of Osiris and Isis and the love that they shared between them as like counterparts from the jump, from the womb. His father, Set's father, knew he was so destructive that he couldn't rule the oasis land or a kingdom at that, which needed the oasis land to thrive. So what did he give his destructive hellhound of a son? A desert to rule, where he could do no harm to the already scorched earth. For those who do not know, the scorched earth tactic is a military tactic where if they don't want someone else to have a piece of land or a property or something, they'll burn it to the ground. Now, they can't use it because it's burned, but neither can somebody else come along and take it. And that's how narcissists think and work too. Even in relationships, if you walk away from them, they'll try to either destroy you or sabotage you and slander you so that hopefully nobody wants you or whatever. Why? Because in their mind, if I can't have you, nobody else can either. And sometimes, to the extreme, they go to a psychosis breakdown of murder. It's very dangerous. It's often even more dangerous for a victim to leave. It's like when they're leaving or after they've left, when it is the most dangerous because, wow, jealousy just came out. Because that is when the narc feels like they've lost control or they're losing control. And that is when they're the most desperate to try to regain their sense of control over a person or a situation. Then again, they get desperate. Meaning they're willing to do like anything to try to possess that person again or control that person again or access that person again. Meaning they're willing to do anything, even hurt you to keep you from leaving. Or hurt you to try to force you in a spot where they can try to rope you back in. And even if it's not rope you back in, to trap you. And I speak from experience on that too. So, caregiver, neighborhood, inside, it was an inside job, jealousy, burial, and desert, right? So, tell me about this. Anything else you want me to pull really quickly? Interesting that desert card came out. The last deck was an Egyptian deck. Cult. What did I tell you? These people are in a cult. Jehovah's Witness, Freemason, and then they all stalk me online and then in real life too. They try to clock online to see if their tactics are working. It was just crazy. Like these people, it's just textbook gang stalking and organized crime, but holy crap, of the psychotic variety for sure. Anyway, justice just came out again. Fire. What did I just tell you? Fire and brimstone and such. Right. No. Gift. Hotel, motel. Abuse and neglect. Justice. Yeah. See, they were trying to suicide. Either push people to suicide. Now, some of them may be feeling suicidal at being exposed themselves, But in other cases, they wanted to murder somebody and then try to make it look like a suicide, or again, like bully somebody to death and then just say, see, I told you, that person was just unstable. They had mental health problems while they were trying to deliberately harass, stalk, steal from, drive into the ground, daily target somebody to destabilize them out of envy, out of jealousy, out of anger that we won't be with them in some cases. And then they wonder why. They wonder why when they do things like that, people don't want to be around them. Can you imagine? I can't relate. Okay then. No points for Pie Face. You just keep aligning. They were trying to throw us off. And then also isolate people. Imprisonment, wow, imprisonment, spouse and partner. It was a trap. And in some cases, there were lies that were said to the justice system in order to try to get people falsely locked up. In some cases, that was the trap. Or trying to set people up to be falsely arrested was like revenge for, you won't be with me, so I'm going to try to make your life miserable. I'm like, what? Here, I've got another one for you. People try to target somebody's money, like steal it, and then also mess with them and their well-being or their health or their work to the point where their income is slowed down, or that's what they want, right? And then demanding, right, filing all kinds of false nonsense in the court against somebody frivolously, and then demanding that the victim you're filing false papers against pays your lawyer fees because it's expensive to illegally harass people fraudulently through the court, you know. And then once you've bankrupted them and drained them dry and affected their income so they couldn't keep building, and you want them to pay for your fraud, and because of all the damage you've done, they don't have the resources to do that at all or anymore. Then you want them to go to jail for not having the money that they no longer have because you stole it or tampered with their income? Get real, kiddo. True story, bro. Needs no dragons and shit. All of that did happen. Crazy people. Road. They're on the road to imprisonment now. That's new no reverse for them. How's that karma taste? A bit like our toes between your teeth, eh? Revenge. Yeah, how's that vengeance? Oh, homicide. See, they want to kill people. You exposed me. You wouldn't let me steal from you. You wouldn't let me hurt you. You told people what I did, and now I'm in trouble for trying to hurt you and steal from you. I want to kill you. I told you. I picked it up a few days ago. Well, my parents are mad at me because they know I abused you and I lied to them, and I'm going to kill you, you fucking bitch. I heard that. Pie face. No, you're not. Choke on it. So there's a male. Told you it was a karmic male. An inside job, too. Ex, spouse, partner, hotel, motel. And so in some cases, the reason that they're mad is because one of the things I picked up was this karmic male. It's cold in some places, remember. It's getting colder in some places. Some of them are wanting to like live with their parents or just like live off of their parents or whatever the case may be. Some of them may have been kidnapping children in order to try to butter people up to have an excuse to do so, or guilt people, and I got a child, so you should just let me, instead of sending that child to where they belong, to a real stable, loving environment, instead of being used as a pawn, just like every other situation, including courtroom. Natural disaster. Caregiver. Yeah, well, God's going to strike you down now because you weren't a caregiver. Now, that may be the mask that they were trying to wear, but that's very common. Do you ever hear those true crime stories about nurses or doctors who are like serial killers and what have you? What are they do? How are they getting away with that? How are they getting access to patients, alone with patients, getting people to trust them to leave their loved ones with them? Because they're doctors and nurses. It's just believed that those people are there to help, typically speaking, right? Well, that could be applied to anywhere then, couldn't it? Dirty person in a bank, criminal working at the cop shop, dirty judge. I've dealt with that too. Crooked lawyers, yep. Neighborhood, yeah. Small town, scummy bummy bottom feeders. And the grimy ones click together. Why? Because they recognize each other's bullshit, and they're the only types of people who would put up with each other's bullshit, or that type of bullshit, which is each other's bullshit. But just as quickly as they flip on us, especially when they run out of victims, or it doesn't work the way that they want, they flip on each other too. Those are called blue falcons in the military. Family members of the vulnerable within the family. Yeah, it's abusive. So that one, that's a no-no for me. Imprisonment. These people are done. Homicide. Oh, I just split the deck. They're going to jail. No, they're going to prison. Jail is small. Jail is like, if it's under a year, usually you go, or like it's a smaller crime, you go to like a county jail for up to a year. If it's a year or over, 365 days or more, or it's a more extreme crime, they'll send you to prison. Big boy, big girl prison. It's different. It's worse. Neither is pleasant, but it's worse. So I've heard. Clean up. Justice. Yeah, they gotta fix everything. They have to fix everything. So anyway, so some of these karmics, specifically, it was a karmic male the other day. He was trying to like move in with his parents or move back in with his parents or something, and they were saying no because they know who he is and what he's done and all this and that, and they were trying to stop enabling him and set a boundary and what have you. And he was upset about it, but instead of being upset with himself for being a toxic person that his parents can't or don't want to let in the house, he's mad at Divine Feminine for not keeping her mouth shut about the abuse, which is why he thinks that people are mad at him. So instead of being mad at himself for being abusive, which is why people are looking at him sideways, he's mad at the victim for not being quiet about the abuse, and that's why he's a piece of shit who deserves nothing but a tombstone or a prison cell. Because from that came, oh, fuck you, Divine Feminine, I'm gonna kill you. So you haven't changed, sir, in a decade. Thank you very much. You piece of trash. You piece of shit. You walking landfill. Can't make it up. Male. Inside. You're going to be buried 6 feet deep, honey. Or used to mop the floors in a prison cell. I'd say take your pick, but I don't think it's up to you at this point. Clean up. Oh. Gonna mop a prison cell with you, I'd say, honey. I think death would be a reprieve for where you're headed. Poo-poo. You little pookie. They're gonna use your face as a plunger. I won't say the other thing I just heard, but you're not gonna like it. I was just thinking, like, I don't want to laugh. Like, this is awful. But it's hard not to. I know. I was just thinking, like, legit the same thing. My God! This is funny, man. Sometimes. Oh, God. Alchemize. Holy Spirit, activate. I just heard it. Holy Spirit, activate. Oh, gosh. I need a bowl pack. It's so good. We'll shake it up. I'm still going to do a bit of yoga. Man, I've been here for much longer than I intended to be. I intended to be here for maybe like 3 hours tops. But it's all right. I think that we've done a lot of... Shake it up. I think we've done a lot of healing and alchemizing and transmutation. We're not done. It is. I've also noticed a lot of people benefiting in a number of ways, whether it be a bit of motivation or just having some good company. Or, and this is one of my favorites also, somebody's mad. I'm gonna get you for that. I hear, no, they're not. They're gonna get karma for trying. This will be an instant backfire. Oh, it's gonna kick them right in the teeth. Exchanging gifts, TikTok. It's going to happen fast too. Mending, right? Healing. I've noticed a lot of healing happening. I've noticed a lot of people learning to trust their intuition. I've noticed some of you picking up on funny energies as they come here and starting to ask about it. And I think that part of that, if not entirely, is because I make a point to let you know when I pick something up. I think a lot of people have started to notice those frequencies. And again, the goal is so that you're confident in that eventually, or you don't. Doubt it or feel it. I feel like you need to ask, but it's fine. In the meantime, if that helps. And that's been the point. Message in a bottle, chaos and conflict. So we're just checking on the energies, checking in with the divine. We already know these little chaos agents were trying to create damages, problems, but you don't worry. Blessed came out, too blessed to be stressed. Building, keep building, just building blocks. Keep elevating. Because what's behind that is imagine, is clarity. Regeneration is on the... it's a subsequent crowning energy. What's the root energy? Yin. The feminine energy. So God is bringing in this healing. And on the physical, the yin energy is here. So it's like honoring and regulating and tuning into processing, balancing, listening to, healing our emotional flow. That's one. But also the yin energy. So yes, this can be the divine masculines honoring their feelings too, including towards the feminine. But if the root energy is the feminine, like what's anchored into the physical, that sounds like union to me in some cases. With like, yes, divine masculine honoring his feminine nature inside, the same way the divine feminine can honor both of her polarities, but we can both be soft and strong. There's no reason we can't be and do both. But it sounds like, right, divine feminine represents the yin. Anchored in for both of them is the yin. Sounds like a masculine going towards or traveling towards his divine feminine. And didn't the travel card come out earlier? It did. It did in this deck here. Now, they had been traveling, these karmic people, the crime deck. They had been traveling, like, to, I mentioned the other day, stock and all kinds of stuff. But there's also other messages of travel coming through, and actually that makes sense because yes, behind that is loyal heart. Yes, okay. So there's an inner knowing here. Both of them are crowned with wisdom. Happy, happy, happy. So there are blessings coming through behind the nonsense that was attempting to be spun by those people. A change of wind is here, and flexible. So you need to be flexible, right? We're honoring the serious parts as we need to, while also finding humor to lighten the mood and shift the frequency back up, and making a point to recalibrate in a lighthearted and kind of wholesome or healing energy. Happy, happy. There are big blessings and big positive changes coming, and I do feel like a big part of that is a divine union for a number of people. A change in wind, and there is a directional shift in these situations. If there's a change in wind situationally, whoever was trying to cause you harm, they're being moved out of the way. Whatever was trying to block you, or whatever was blocking you, you're being elevated above it, right? Here, I just got a flash of Joan of Arc. Okay, so there was a point on the Loire River where the English took over the French gatehouse, and basically they kidnapped the gatehouse, which meant that the French couldn't transport food and everything to the city on the other side of the river through the gatehouse anymore. And in order to keep the English from coming over the gatehouse, the English said, "Na na 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 boo boo, France, we stole your gatehouse, da 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 da." And the French said, well, we don't really want you over here on this side of the river. So while it's not ideal that you stole the gatehouse, you can keep it. You can stay right over there on the other side of the river. Bye. And they took some explosives or however they did it, and they blew up the bridge so nobody could come across. Now, the French couldn't go and pick up supplies and then cart them over, right? Because the English were in the gatehouse and the bridge was gone. But the English were in the gatehouse, so the French couldn't do that anyway. If the English were going to cause the French to not be able to go through that passageway anyway, then the French might as well blow it up. So, like, it didn't affect them. They couldn't go over it anyway. The English were usurping it. At least the English couldn't use the bridge that they had just usurped to come and further try to stormtroop the French. That was the thought process. So they blew up the bridge, Joan. And she was smart. She thought, okay, well, I can still use a boat to cart supplies from point A to point B across the river. Except for they went to load the ship with all these supplies on the English side of the bank, or the side that the English had just overthrown. And then when they went to go back to the French quarters on the other side, where the French were still residing and protecting, there was no wind. And there were no motorized boats at this point. It was all sail. So they were stuck on the side that the England had overthrown, meaning the English could just come and board the ship and slaughter them. It was not safe. Also, they couldn't get the supplies over if that was the case. and the French needed them. So they were stuck, except for the wind changed all of a sudden. God said, and floated them back across just in the nick of time. A change in wind. Be flexible, though. Then what else could she do but pray? Do your dishes, switch the laundry, take a shower, put on a nice face mask, watch a movie, do something that makes you laugh, take a walk. You do what you can. It's much more productive than worrying. Often I find that some of the things that you might have worried about are sorted out in the midst of you tackling what you can sort out. It doesn't mean neglect duties or topics or whatever it is, but yeah, a lot of the time I'll just be in the flow of things and taking care of whatever I can take care of that I know is within my control, and I'll get a message about something that was potentially a problem or that could have been a problem, and it's all sorted out, or it won't be a problem, or whatever the case may be. And so rather than sit there and worry and get nothing done but a headache, be productive and either give the universe a space in that time to sort out whatever issues are there, or in some cases it's just a good space to mentally flow and sort out those issues, or maybe you'll get downloads, or I do, solutions, ideas, right? Clean 2 toilets while it cooks. Do whatever floats your boat. And you know what? Sometimes that's resting. Like I said, self-care. You don't need to earn rest. If you're tired and your body needs rest, then you need to rest, and that's okay. Sometimes that is productive. Sometimes giving your body a break and the rest that you need is more productive than trying to burn yourself out all scrambled, where you're too scattered to really get a whole lot of anything done because you're so scrambled anyway. Rather than just take a minute, recalibrate, and come back with a cleaner, more sharp focus. Sometimes it's in my sleep, my sleep, dreams. I get dreams. But even if you're not a dreamer that way, like a prophetess the way that I do, sometimes it's just the subconscious, the human psyche working things out in the sleep for some people. So let it. Don't run your tank on empty. Regeneration came out, remember? The Fates also came out. And so there's a divine hand in this. Can you tell me about this love, this relationship? Building blocks, mending, TikTok list, right? This is a divine connection. Tell me about TikTok, change in wind. Very quickly, these changes are coming. The Fates, because God has ordained it. Flexible, so be flexible as you go through these transitions. No place like home. And this is bringing a connection together where the two people, they feel like home to each other. You see, here and now, just be present. I bet you the chop wood card will come out too. This is just a future, present, future reading. Deep knowing. It's not necessarily one that's come together yet in some cases, but it will be. What did I just tell you? What card did I say I bet you will come out? Just one. Chop wood. I bet you the chop wood card will come out. I said, it's like I'm psychic. It said here and now, right? Just be present. Don't focus on worrying about everything that hasn't happened. Of course, if you can adjust a situation or resolve a situation, then do so. But when you can't, chop wood, do the dishes, do the laundry, take a bath, take a nap, get some work done, whatever you need to do. Chop wood, do the paperwork, take the dog for a walk, spend some time with the kids. Don't waste your life worrying. If possible, as much as possible. Sometimes, remember, anxiety can be warning us of something or someone that's just off. Something's not right. So I'm never telling you to dismiss that, and I'm never ever telling people, oh, I just don't have anxiety. The fuck? Come on. Before anybody tries that, we all know better. Those of us who that message is for, we all know better than that. So if that's where you were headed with that, that wasn't your message. Anyway, exchanging gifts. Sometimes, babes, like, truth be told, new life, new love also. When do you know if it's old anxiety or new intuition? Hold on. Get into that in a second. Time to take a nap just came out as I was yawning. That's funny. One more. Observer. You sit with it. Pray about it. Sit with it. Ask for clarity. Also, discernment and detachment on whether it's your energy or emotions or whatever it is, and what you're picking up from other people. Also, clarity. Clarity is a good thing to ask for. Go the distance. By the book, this is a healthy connection, and so it is going to last. God wants it to last. Come to the edge and peace. So it's about taking that leap of faith and not being afraid to do so, because it will bring a peaceful connection. Also, I do feel like that's another indicator is the message is like feeling peace in your heart, feeling peace, even if it's your stomach. So people feel it in their stomach, anxiety. Peace is a good indicator that you're on the right track. Time for a nap, Treasure Island into the sea. And so it's okay to leave or let go if something is not. It will lead you to what is. It makes space, serendipity, clover, and also why. You know, like, ask yourself or even talk to God. Why? Why am I feeling this anxiety? Where is this coming from? Also, remember what I said earlier? Like, what is wrong with people? You're not typically looking for an answer or expecting somebody to have an answer. When you say that out loud, it's more of like a statement than a question when it's said like that. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with that person? So, similarly speaking, there was a message earlier that I mentioned about, it was the lithium. Like, what would make my water, like, why am I tasting metal all of a sudden? Because it wasn't all the time, and it wasn't with everything. It wasn't with the tap water, because I tested that in here, right? It wasn't bottled water that did that. It was only that water. I know it wasn't just, my taste buds are, no, something was off. What would make this water taste like a metal all of a sudden? Why does this taste like metal all of a sudden? Lithium, the holy angel said in my ear. I wasn't asking for an answer, but they had an answer and gave it to me. Okay, so sometimes it's that. Why am I anxious? Where is this coming from? Is this mine? Sit with it. Talk to the divine, ask for clarity. Let's do one more pull. Observer. Happy, happy. Good things coming. I hear, push, pull, politics. Just the main. Clean it up. It's about getting rid of toxic energies, past people, also. Or keeping them out. What might be good for your heart might not be good for mine. And so in this case, the line that, the message I get from that particular lyric that's coming through, like with these exes or the avoidant people or narcissists or whatever it was, you know, they benefited superbly from receiving our love. It was good for their heart to receive us and receive our love. But giving them love, especially when it was toxic or one-sided, yeah, that has been really bad for us mentally and emotionally. What might be good for your heart, dude? I know you want my love because I've got this good over here, you energy vampire. But you're an energy vampire. That might not be good for my head. Thank you. Woo! Vibe tribe. Chaos and conflict, right. It's toxic. They're toxic. Yang. And so the divine masculine energy says, I got you, boo. Don't let these people bring you down or keep you down. I got you. I hear I'm coming. No place like home. Wow. I was just picking up like travel. He feels like he was saying that, like home to each other was the type of energy. And I look down, there it is. We're in conflict. I just got chills. Alrighty, anything else? I think we're good. Yang just came out again. The divine masculine. Let him make his moves. Because the masculine energy is about taking action. I just heard Jesus Take the Wheel. It's by Carrie Underwood. So, right, like let divine masculine, let the divine move through the divine masculine. And just kick it. It's okay to be passenger princess for a minute, divine feminine, so to speak. Just relax. Okay, we need a tea break, first of all. Cheers. Mm. It's one of my favorites. It's glazed lemon cake tea, and I don't like lemon cake in real life. But if you have ever had like a lemon pound cake, where it's like you can taste the butter in it, it's buttery, and it tastes like that, but in tea form. I don't like it when it's lemon cake, but I like this. But it smells and kind of tastes like buttery lemon cake. It is wild. How do they do that? That's funny. See, I love lemon cake tea, but not lemon cake, and you love lemon cake, but not tea. Do you know why it's called pound cake? I think that actually had to do with, was it Martha Washington? Or it was that era. It wasn't Martha Washington herself, it was that era, but there's a Martha Washington cake, I believe. And it's called a pound cake, and it's because they straight up used a pound of everything. Pound of butter, pound of sugar, pound of flour. That's why it was called a pound cake. I'm the one full of facts here. Martha Washington cake. So it's traditionally this Martha Washington cake, which was made, it was one of the fewer surviving recipes of Martha Washington. But this was the president's wife, George Washington's wife, and it is often called a Washington cake. It's a pound cake, often has fruit in it, but traditionally it had a pound of everything, and that's why they called it a pound cake. Also, do you know why things are measured by cups? Because traditionally there was a standard size of like drinking cup in most homes, and they would just use it to scoop out like a scoop of flour or a scoop of sugar or whatever, and they just used the same cup every time so that they knew roughly what size and what amount. And it wasn't like a cup like it is now. It was whatever, I mean, it may be actually very similar, if not the same, but it was a very specific like drinking glass or something, and they would just use the same size drinking glass every time. But it's a cup, a cup. And so because they were just using that as a basic form of measurement, it just was what they had on hand, and it was the way to get things as consistent as they could. They used like that same cup for every scoop of flour and every scoop of sugar. They knew that they could get it more precise. That's why it's measured by, that's what we call them, like cups, measuring cups and things like that. Fun facts. Martha Washington pound cake. Original. great cake would have likely been served as a part of a grand Christmas dinner or a 12th night. What is the 12th night party? Sounds like an adventure. 12th night party is a traditional celebration marking the end of Christmas season. Often, it's kind of like a New Year celebration-ish. Often held on the evening of January 5th. Historically, these parties were lively events with feasting, music, games, and sometimes costumes where a cake with a bean or a pea inside was used to select, it sounds like a king's cake, a temporary king or queen of the festival. The party draws from ancient Roman festival of Saturnalia and Christian celebration of Epiphany, which commemorates the visit of the 3 wise men. Okay, so interesting. So a 12th night cake is basically a fruitcase stuffed fruitcase? You fruitcase? What? Fruitcake stuffed with spices and dried fruit. It's supposed to symbolize the 3 kings. Okay, so let's do, I'm very curious now. It looks like a bundt cake. It's just like a regular pound cake. But the cake initially, traditionally, is the epitome of a pound cake as it contains a literal pound of butter and 6 whole eggs. I don't know if it's the pound of flour or whatever the other ingredients are, but it's at least a whole ass pound of butter. That's a lot. It's quite interesting. I bet it's dense. I bet it's quite rich. Might have also been served at tea. Okay, chopped currants, candied orange peel, candied lemon peel. You know what? I actually was going to make some candied lemon soon. Lemon peel, I love those. Really, I'm gonna do the whole orange and lemons. They're yummy when they're done right. Chopped, and I like candied ginger too when it's done right. Just like chunks of ginger. Candied citron. What is that? Lime, maybe. A 3/4 cup of Madeira, French brandy, all-purpose flour, slivered almonds, it's a fruitcake, ground nutmeg, mace, butter, eggs, and then the icing recipe subsequently. I watch random medieval facts and random facts all the time. Doesn't have to be when I'm resting, but sometimes. Weird history and stuff. Yeah. A lot of the times I just sleep in quiet, or I'll turn on my dome noisemaker. It's like a white noise machine. Martha Washington pound cake for Thanksgiving. The recipe's right here, ma'am. If you want it.
Before dawn on December 12th.
Somebody's angry. Hope you feel better soon. Tiggy, a gymnast? Very cool. Oh, that's a gymnast. I got a commenter that's a gymnast. good vibes, man. Alright, let's do, I heard that. Somebody said, I want you to eat more. Cranberries wasn't enough. I know. And a couple grapes. I'll be alright. Don't worry about it. I will. I heard that. You promise? I will. Give me a minute. Let's pack a bowl. Let me finish my tea. I'm almost done. Please. Thank you. I've got a Mr. Ballin over here. I don't know if we'll go through that, but I feel like yes, maybe. I've been here for much longer than I anticipated. But it's alright. I can't say that I'll always do this. My life is changing. It will be changing. I've been seeing, I know where I'm going. I know where I'm headed. I have some opportunities shifting through, and or that will be, and I can't say I'll always be able to hold space the same way. So while I've been working through the last bits of transitional periods on some levels in my life, I felt like, and I've been guided to do so, just help hold some extra space where I can for others, as I can, when called to. So that I did while I could. Even if my life and my schedule changes on levels in other ways. As anticipated, mind you. As divinely necessary and guided, but nonetheless, it's been really nice to be able to spend some time with people and help and hold space and whatever, guys, just kind of vibe and bond and flow. There are some really great people. I know you see a lot of the trolls and the bullies and things like that, but there are some really great people that come through here sometimes too. It's why I started. It's why I keep going. It's why I come back. It's why I continued. I also knew that that's why they were bullying and targeting. And that's also why it's important not to stop. Now my life gets busy in other areas and I have to invest some time and energy there, or that's where I'm being called to on levels, then that's one thing, but I will never just up and leave because a bully doesn't want me to be here. Get real. Oh, and I also keep getting downloads about the whole CrAE nonsense, mind you. I've been getting this one for on and off for a while. Now before, you know, she's complained about being bullied and she was bullied off the internet for 2 years, she said, and this and that and all this stuff. And in fact, I actually, while being targeted with my daughter, was being abused so badly that I shut a lot of my socials down. I'll never do that again. well, while I was going through that and trying to figure out and navigate it for the first time, I realized that there were more doorways of opportunity for them to hurt me at that point, and I needed to really focus my energy as I was called to. So I went into like a Virgo introspective mode for a bit and made myself less accessible, which really they took that as an advantage to try to slander me because I wasn't present, right? Either smear campaign the situation to make it look a certain way, or take advantage of the fact that I wasn't there just to talk trash and, again, not have me be there to defend myself or speak up or what have you. But like, oh yeah, she's off the internet. She must be so embarrassed because, oh, she's this terrible person. That's why she ran away. No, they didn't want people to know they were abusing me so badly. I needed to deactivate my social media just to get away from them for a while because they didn't have enough adult self-respect or boundaries to leave me alone. And the block button didn't help because they just make new accounts like children, petulant, boundaryless children who need to sit on their hands because they have no self-control and cannot keep from touching their neighbor's belongings or bodies. Like children in 3rd grade. Right? And so, oh, they're very angry. Why are you so angry? Because you exposed me. Heard. Well, shouldn't have come for me, or my stuff, or my family, child, or affected any of those. Very emotionally immature. And so she she claimed that basically that's why she deserves to be there, because people bullied her for dressing up as characters or something. I don't know. But what I've been picking up is that is why she targeted me. That is also why she sent people after me the way that she did. She thought that if she did to me what she complains that other people did to her, that I would crumble and just run away or fall apart or be destroyed or whatever it was that she thought. Basically, she wanted to project the things that she feels like hurt her onto me. She feels like it was destructive to her when people did that to her, so she thought she would destroy me by returning the favor or something. Excuse you. How's that karma taste, babe? A bit like a dirty sock in your mouth, right? Did I go to the Tool concert? No. I was just thinking though, earlier, I've been going to, I was in high school when I saw Disturbed and there were a couple of big concerts that we went to down there. Disturbed was one of them though. Down in the Sickness. I hear that also subsequently. Theory of a Dead Man also was playing at one point. There were a whole bunch of bands playing, but they were headlining too. Bad Girlfriend.
17-year-old girl named Tracy Dean sat in the passenger seat of a little two-door car,
Somebody said, "How old were you?" I don't know, high school.
swerving down a deserted
I
road.
ended up in the mosh pit. Somebody said, "I was a high schooler." Yes.
In South Dakota. Everybody in the car was drunk, including Tracy. Sitting next to Tracy in the middle front seat was her 19-year-old cousin named Ruby.
A Disturbed concert? Yes. I mean, they weren't the only headliner, but yeah.
Ruby's boyfriend, a 20-year-old named Arnold, was driving the car. All three of them had been out partying all night, and so now they were trying to make it home. The swerving was making...
Somebody said, when was that? I don't know, between like 2007 and 10 maybe. So it was a rough era for the concert. I mean, I'm sure it still is. I'm sure people get rowdy.
She feels sick to her stomach.
But if concerts, I don't know if they do, but if they were to mellow out, like, I don't know, maybe as performers age, I don't know, maybe they're not always so extreme. They were when I was in high school. If they're not still. Parted like the Red Seas.
But she didn't want to say anything to Arnold in fear that she might distract him. I mean, it was really dark outside. There was no street lights. There was ice on the road. I mean, for a sober driver, this would be a challenging drive, let alone a drunk driver.
Please drive safe. That's my point. Like, maybe they just chill out a little bit more. I don't know. But when I was in high school, it was a scene. And it was rough. I want to say Korn. Maybe Korn too? Or lots of bands like that playing at the time. I feel like I'm mishmashing them. Like the concerts. I don't remember exactly which artist was at which concert, but I went to a couple specific ones and I remember those artists. Anyway, you two love. Drive safe. Sweet dreams. Vibe tribe. Corn. You're welcome. I'll catch you on the next one. And make sure to get some rest if you need. Blessings. Thanks for being you, boo. Okay, this is Mr. Ballin. 6 top stories that sound fake but are 100% real. Hold on. Oh, I hear You Are the Reason by Callum Scott. I'm just gonna let this play while I get ready to do a bit of yoga for a few. 3:36.
Coming up on an intersection, and Arnold brought the car to a stop with a lurch. Tracy watched as Arnold checked for cross traffic and then pulled out onto Highway 281. But halfway through this turn, as Arnold was accelerating, Tracy began to feel the car slide. And even in her drunken state, she could tell Arnold had hit a patch of black ice. And so as the car began to skid, she wanted to scream.
That happened when I was in high school. And we crashed, actually. But this car spun out. It was a big Yukon, but it hit the black ice, and then I remember my mom throwing her hands up off of the wheel. Like, she just took her hands off. Which is the right thing to do, as far as I know, on black ice. Typically speaking, if you try to... Normally, people will try to quickly overcorrect, but that will often just spin the car out worse, and also can make... you can make it roll if you're not careful. But you tend to lose more control trying to gain control when you're already spinning out. It was scary as shit. I remember her yelling. My sister and I were in the car. Hold on, girls. She threw her hands up. Jesus, take the wheel. Good God, Mom.
Before she could, the car was already flipping over, and then everything went black.
And then everything went black, right.
Time later, Tracy came to. The car was upside down, and Tracy quickly realized she had fallen out of her seat and was now basically resting on the roof of the car, which was now on the ground. From what she could tell, after the car had finished rolling over, it had come to a stop just off the side of the highway, and so they were not in immediate danger from other cars striking them. But she couldn't really see outside because the windows were so badly cracked. Beside her, Tracy could hear her cousin, Ruby, pounding on the driver's side door, trying to get it to open. And so Tracy tried to look around Ruby to see Arnold, to see if he was okay. But when she did, she saw the driver's seat was empty. Tracy tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The driver's side door was closed, but Arnold was gone. Just then, Tracy heard the sound of the driver's side door opening, and she turned to see her cousin, Ruby.
Just being called to make a side note. You don't see the adjustments and the changes I've been making in my life. Some of them maybe, but typically speaking, you don't. You see one wall over here and the wall behind me here, typically. It's a lot of progress I've been making behind the scenes, all the work that I've been accomplishing, all the things that I've been building, all the things I've been getting out of the house, so that when I leave I have less to take with me. And the calibration to keep maintaining the balance or reestablishing the balance that I have within on the interim until that point, or building up to that point. You don't see that unless I show you aspects of it. I just heard still waters run deep, much deeper than they anticipated.
Forcing the door open just a few inches, and then a second later, Ruby was slithering out through that crack to the outside. To Tracy, everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. She was too shocked and confused to make any sense of it. But if Ruby was getting out of the car...
Also, somebody's asking about the physical healing. I made some medical appointments a few weeks ago, week or two ago, to get some of the physical abuse-induced injuries realigned. And I mentioned that I was getting them taken care of. It was just on the calendar to have them taken care of. They're still on the calendar. It took me... They didn't have any sooner appointments, so it's taken a bit. You know, if I could have gotten in last week or the week before, I would have, but they didn't have any appointments until a few weeks out, at least. Somebody said, so you're not actually getting the medical care that you need? No, at no fault of my own. I'm on the calendar. It's just the date hasn't rolled around yet and won't for at least another few weeks. So in the meantime, I've been building. While people have been trying to injure me, I've been realigning and restructuring while these people came around to try to kill me again by myself. Now, I have been getting to EMDR, but that's for my brain and the trauma. And the physical symptoms, the somatic symptoms they're called, that come with it from the abuse. And it helps, but it doesn't fix everything. They did so much damage, it it's required me hitting things from all angles, all sides of healing. So I am. But don't judge. Whether it looks like slow progress or no progress, you only see what I want you to. Now, I don't have anything to hide. I'm very authentic and open. I do have values that I cherish to protect. Similarly speaking, let's say you work hard and you earn a perfectly legal paycheck every week, and you save and you stack that money in the bank, right? You don't have anything to hide, do you? No. Does that mean that you want to go handing everybody your bank account information just because you have nothing to hide? No. Why? Because while you might not have anything to hide, they might definitely not have good intentions for you. So do you have anything to hide? No. But you don't hand out your bank account information because you have valuables to protect. And we're not talking about money. We can be, could be, in some cases, but not just. I guard my celibacy with the same values and ferocious intent for good reason. Lockbox.
She felt like she should too. And so Tracy turned and crawled across to the driver's side and was about to make an exit the same way Ruby had when the door slammed shut violently right in Tracy's face. Tracy didn't understand why Ruby would do something like that. Why would she shut the door that aggressively when she knew her cousin was still inside? Tracy tried to open the door again, but she was too weak to do it. She figured her cousin Ruby was okay, but she couldn't see outside because of how cracked the windows were. At this point, Tracy began to feel woozy. She laid her head down on the roof of the car, wondering to herself why Ruby and Arnold had left her behind. Tracy would stay trapped inside of the car, alone, for a few hours, until finally a motorist saw the flipped-over car and called 911. Shortly after that, first responders arrived on the scene, they pulled Tracy out of the car, and shockingly, she actually didn't have really any serious injuries at all. She didn't even need to be hospitalized. But rescuers could not find Ruby or Arnold anywhere. They were gone. And once rescuers had scoured the entire area around the crash site, the sheriff who was in charge of the scene started to wonder if Arnold and Ruby were not just missing. Maybe, he thought, they had fled. Arnold had been driving drunk, and all three of them were underage, and so the sheriff thought maybe Arnold and Ruby were scared to get in trouble. Over the next few days, the police continued to search the surrounding area for Arnold and Ruby, hoping they were not badly injured and that they would just turn up on their own, but they never did. And as the days turned into weeks, hope began to wane for the young couple. Their family and friends kept searching the area along 281 where the car had flipped, looking for any clue as to where these two had gone. But there was nothing. There was no trace of them. It was like Arnold and Ruby had gotten out of the car and just vanished.
Finds the perfect gift. Wow, that didn't take long. And then there's...
But in January of 1993, so 3 weeks after the crash, strange and conflicting reports of sightings began to trickle in. First, a woman came forward claiming to have seen Arnold alive and well at a New Year's Eve party. Now, the police doubted this claim, but this woman was insistent that she had seen Arnold. And And they actually hooked her up to a lie detector test, and she passed the test. And so officials brought in guests from this party who this woman claimed were with Arnold, and they asked them, "Were you with Arnold?" And they said no, but they failed their lie detector tests. Now, of course, this was suspicious, but police really didn't know what to do with this information. Assuming this woman's story was true, that she really did see Arnold, well, according to the details of her story, Arnold did not appear to be in any kind of distress. And even if he was in distress, the police still had no idea where he was, so how could they help him? Other locals came forward, claiming to have spotted Arnold around town as well. But nothing came of those reports either. Neither Arnold nor Ruby turned up. Months went by, and the case went cold. Until March 10th, when a driver was going down Highway 281, and they noticed a strange object in the drainage ditch next to the road. By now, the weather was much warmer than it had been on the day of the crash. So instead of snow and ice inside of this drainage ditch, it was runoff water. And the strange object was floating in it. The driver stopped his car, got out, and walked up to see what this thing was. And as soon as he saw it, he turned, ran back to his car, and called the police. Because what the driver had just found was a dead body. And when the police arrived and searched the area, they found another body not far away. The bodies belonged to Ruby and Arnold. But this discovery did not solve the mystery of what happened to Ruby and Arnold. Instead, it made it much more bizarre. Because first of all, the bodies were found 75 feet away from the original crash site. And the exact spots where the two bodies were found had been searched many, many times on the day of the crash, days after the crash. They were searched by police, they were searched by friends and family of Ruby and Arnold. The idea that this is where the bodies had been the whole time was impossible. They would have been found. And then there was the condition of the bodies. Ruby's body was extremely decomposed, which made sense given the fact that the crash was 3 months earlier. But Arnold's body was barely decomposed at all. And in the pocket of Arnold's jeans, police found a mysterious set of 3 keys. One was a vehicle key and 2 were house keys. But none of them opened any vehicle or building that Arnold was known to frequent, and nobody recognized them. Finally, the police found a tuft of hair lying near where the bodies had been found. It was Ruby's hair, but it didn't look like the hair had been there for very long, certainly not 3 months. Instead of being dirty and matted, like you would expect, given how long she must have been there, the hair was perfectly clean. The official coroner's report on Ruby and Arnold's deaths were that they died of exposure, and then their bodies were just overlooked by searchers for months. But to a lot of people, including the sheriff who was in charge of the original crash site, this made no sense. Despite the coroner's findings, law enforcement officials believed that Ruby and Arnold's deaths were the result of foul play. Under the foul play theory, somebody pulled Ruby and Arnold out of the crash site while they were still alive, and then killed them later. And then perhaps they killed them at different times, which would account for the differences in decomposition of their bodies. The FBI ultimately came in and took over this case, but they eventually closed it down, citing a lack of evidence to support the foul play theory.
That's what it seems like
However,
to me.
with or without foul play being involved here, nobody has a good explanation for all those sightings of Arnold.
Like, I don't know exactly what the decomp and what have you was, but what if they were killed and then, I guess they could have been killed at separate times and then dumped like right after they were killed, but what if it was, you know how in the Dexter movie he went around using meat freezers and like freezer trucks to do his crimes, or like to transport them or victims or whatever it was. Usually they can tell if somebody's been frozen, unless the decomp was so bad, maybe, I don't know. But what if, I don't know, what if they just dumped them at separate times? It begs to question, why didn't they just dump them at once if it was the same person? But there could have been many reasons for that. What if they got interrupted? What if they could only transport one at a time? What if they wanted to see if dumping the body, one body, would have some kind of effect? They could have had the second one in the freezer or something the whole time, you know? Somebody says, well, what kind of effect? I don't know, like maybe to see if they'd be found, or I don't know. something. And then when it either wasn't a big scene or whatever the case may be, they dumped the second. It could have been a number of things. Theoretically speaking, we're not talking about psychic discernment here, but yeah, it seems strange to me. Felt like they were dumped also.
The crash. And also, nobody can explain why the door was slammed in Tracy's face in the immediate aftermath of the crash. Maybe it was Ruby or Arnold who slammed the door, or maybe it was their killer. To this day, what actually happened on December 12th, 1992, on the side of Highway 281, remains a mystery.
Need better sleep? We can help.
Fascinating. Somebody said, you really are a nerd. Well, yeah. Also, I have many facets to my personality. I'm not one thing, you know. I have many things.
Out the window next to him, he looked at the aftermath of the crash. Maybe it was Ruby or Arnold who slammed the door. Maybe it was grabbed the microphone and announced to the 200, pulled out their cameras, grabbed the microphone, this fast white land flight TE 9-year-old tour guide named Peter Mulgrew stood at the front of the cabin of Air New Zealand flight TE 901. Out the window next to him, he looked out and he saw this vast white landscape reflecting the afternoon sun. And so he grabbed the microphone and announced to the 237 passengers that they were now flying over Antarctica. The passengers got really excited and immediately pulled out their cameras and began snapping photos left and right. And as you can see from some of the photos that they took, a lot of the passengers actually got up out of their seats and moved around to get the best angle of the ground down below. Now, on a normal commercial flight, that behavior would not be okay. You can't just, wander all around the cabin. You need to basically stay seated. But this was not a normal commercial flight. This was a sightseeing flight. Air New Zealand regularly took off from New Zealand and would fly people up over Antarctica, and their tour guide would point out a few landmarks down below, and then that flight would land back in New Zealand. That was the whole thing. It was just a chance to go out and see Antarctica and take photos. Peter had been a tour guide for this flight many times before, and so he knew what to expect. He not only knew kind of how passengers react, but he also knew exactly when to look out which side of the plane to get the best view. And so after a couple of minutes, he called out to the passengers, hey, if you look out the left side of the plane, you'll get a great view of the coast of Antarctica. So all the passengers, they immediately get up and shift over to the left side of the plane, and they press their cameras up against the glass, they're taking photos. And then a couple of minutes later, Peter called out to the group again and said, okay, now look out the right side where you'll see Mount Erebus, this huge, stunning mountain. Now, Peter was accustomed to people gasping when they saw this mountain because it was so beautiful, so enormous. And as people piled up against the right side and began taking photos, that's what he heard. People were gasping. But then at the same time, the plane suddenly jolted hard, and one of those passengers on the right side took this photo. As you can see, there are black marks on the window. And these black marks are believed to be either engine oil or soot from Mount Erebus. Because Mount Erebus was not just some mountain. Mount Erebus was an active volcano. And the flight path of TE-901 was supposed to have them going safely around Mount Erebus to get a nice full view of the volcano. But mistakes were made, and before the pilots could correct them, the plane flew directly into the volcano. And so this photo you're looking at almost certainly was taken literally at the moment of impact. A crash that resulted in 237 lives lost. The crash of flight TE-901 was the worst aviation disaster in New Zealand history, and as a result, Air New Zealand no longer offers those sightseeing flights. In 1937, the Japanese declared war on China and invaded their country. The United States, who was friends with China, initially did not intervene in fear of provoking Japan. But after the Japanese murdered hundreds of thousands of unarmed Chinese civilians and the Japanese attacked an American warship, the United States was forced to step in. American officials responded to the Japanese aggression by placing serious economic sanctions and trade embargoes on Japan, believing this would cripple their war efforts in China, causing them to have to retreat. However, the sanctions and embargoes did not have this effect. Instead, they just angered Japan and made them even more determined to hold their ground in China. Over the next few years, the United States and Japan attempted to negotiate some sort of settlement, but neither side would make any.
Let me pause for a second. Issa said something earlier about her dad said, "You think I haven't heard this before?" Like history repeats, right? A lot of people don't know this, but I watched it happen. Who here remembers I stand with Ukraine when Ukraine started being bombed, right? By Vladimir Putin. Tiny little Ukraine with no defenses. Bombed by big bad Putin, right? That all happened immediately after he got done bickering back and forth on Twitter for days with Donald Trump, like big ass crybabies. And it was not a very presidential scene. They lacked decorum, the both of them. And so what I observed, because Trump was making fun of Putin and Putin was angry and they were going back and forth, I think that even threatening nuclear war and shit on Twitter, to the point where this happened between that and the Kolfefe, if you remember. Trump was trying to talk about his coffee and he wrote Kolfefe, my Kolfefe. And it became a whole ass meme. In fact, this is my favorite video. The White House, after all of this happened, went around either like telling him that he wasn't allowed to post unless they reviewed his posts, or that became something that was implemented, or there was something like that happened because it became such a problem. You can't be acting like a big ass crybaby when you're the face and representative of the whole country. Get a grip. You need your diaper changed and a bottle warmed while you're at it. It's worth the wait. Hold on, let me find it. Found it. This is called How to Make Kofefe. So funny. It's one of my favorites, actually. How do I get this full screen? There it is. tortilla.
Despite the constant negative press, this tastes delicious, as has of the vet.
Even the coffee grounds in his teeth. The state of the country. Oh God. Anyway, that was funny. So between that and then the Putin thing, anyway, he was basically being babysat on Twitter by the White House. But they were going back and forth, and then all of a sudden, Putin bombed Ukraine. And so I think what I observed happened rather, was that Putin got his feelings hurt and his ego was bruised by Trump, who also, you know, had his panties in a twist. And the United States is an ally with the Ukraine. So Putin thought, speaking of, he just knocked the intuitive deck off. Putin thought that he could, well, take his frustrations out, whether this was conscious or subconscious. He was taking his frustrations out on little Ukraine because he couldn't take on the United States. But also, as an ally to Ukraine, it was like a little elbow jab at the United States, because the US and Ukraine are allies. So I'm getting a vision. It would be like knowing full well that if you target some dude's little sister, he's gonna be pissed about it. Like, Big Brother's gonna be real mad. And so Putin decided that little sister, so to speak, would be Ukraine, and Big Brother, so to speak, would be the United States in that. Pick on little Ukraine to piss off Big Bro US. But I really think it was simpler than that. I don't even think it was necessarily that far tactically thought out. I think he was angry, feeling like he needed to lash out on somebody, and Ukraine was a safer bet than the United States directly to Putin. Ukraine had no defenses, and he demolished it in a large amount of places. It was leveled. People lost their homes, and some of them their families.
Despite the constant negative press, this tastes delicious, as has of the vet.
Does it?
And so neither side would budge. A few years later, on the morning of Sunday, December 7th, 1941, the Japanese launched a surprise aerial attack on the American military base in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. After the 2-hour attack was done, over 2,400 Americans were killed, with another 1,000 wounded, and 300 airplanes and 20 ships were either destroyed or significantly crippled. The Japanese had hoped this attack would goad the United States into lifting the sanctions and embargoes they had placed on them from back in 1937. But instead, all the Japanese did was goad the United States into all-out war with them. One day after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States officially declared war on Japan, thus entering World War II. On the day the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Jack Lucas, like every other American in the country, was glued to his radio listening to the news. He was devastated and shocked at this carnage he was hearing about in Hawaii. And so by the time the president of the United States was declaring war on Japan, Jack had already made up his mind that he was going to join up and he was going to fight for his country. However, there was an issue. Jack wasn't old enough to join the military. You needed to be 17 years old, and Jack was only 14. But this was not going to stop Jack. So he created this fake document that said he was 17 years old, and he forged his mother's signature on it. And then, after bribing him, he got a notary to sign off on this document as well. And so Jack took his forged documentation, he gave it to the recruiter, and before long, Jack was accepted into the armed services and was on his way to Marine Corps boot camp. After completing initial training and becoming a Marine, the Marines found out Jack's paperwork was actually faked. But instead of kicking him out of the military, they said, Jack, you can stay in, but under one condition. You can't go overseas to combat. You have to stay in the United States. You can drive a truck and help out around here, but you can't deploy and go to war until you're of age. Jack was not happy about this, but initially he did as he was told, and he did just drive the truck around and supported as best as he could. But after about 1.5 years, 2 years of this, Jack just couldn't do it anymore. That was not why he had forged this document to get into the military. He had done that so he could actually go fight in the war. And so finally, when he was just 16 years old, he abandoned his post and snuck onto the back car of a troop transport train that was going to another military base. And so when he arrived at this base, which was in California, he hopped off and then ran to the docks where there were these big warships. And he saw one of them, there was a whole bunch of troops loading onto it. And he figured, that's where I need to go. And so he snuck onto the ship and he hid down below. And then after the ship took off and was out to sea, he
Build a website you love.
I just put a scoop of that homemade tomato sauce I just cooked on a little bit of pasta.
up to a Marine officer, and he kind of played off the, I
Italian.
must have got on the wrong ship, but now that I'm here, can I join your unit? And this officer, who had no idea how young Jack was, eventually said, okay, but prepare yourself because we're going to invade Iwo Jima. Now, Jack had never heard of Iwo Jima and did not know its significance, but frankly, Jack didn't really care. He was just glad that he was actually going to see combat. What Jack couldn't have known, and what the other Marines on this ship couldn't have known either, is that the battle for Iwo Jima would become one of the bloodiest and deadliest battles of the entire war. The Japanese that were on this island defending it were absolutely fearless and would not surrender despite being outnumbered, and they were heavily entrenched in these caves and tunnels built in all over the island, and they rarely left these caves and tunnels, which meant Jack and the other Marines, when they landed on this island, the only way they could fight the Japanese was by literally crawling down into these tunnels, which were usually booby-trapped, and fighting up close and personal with the enemy. Jack's ship arrived off the coast of Iwo Jima in February of 1945 when Jack was still 16 years old. On February 19th, the first wave of Marines climbed down the side of this big ship down onto these smaller amphibious landing crafts, and then one by one they began making their way towards Iwo Jima to begin the invasion. Jack was not part of this initial invasion. He would be going out on day 2 with the second wave of Marines. And so Jack and all the other second wave Marines just stood at the front of the ship and watched as these amphibious crafts made it up to the beach and then just got completely gunned down by Japanese machine gunners that were lining the beach. And so by the second day, when Jack and the rest of the Marines are getting ready to launch their assault, there are literally thousands of dead Americans just lining the beach. But Jack and the other second wave Marines, they knew this was their job, this was their duty, and so they were undeterred. They climbed down the side of the ship, they boarded their amphibious landing craft, and began the journey towards the island. As they got closer, the Japanese machine gunners opened fire not only on Jack and the boat he was in, but all of the crews that were coming towards the beach. And so hundreds of Americans were just getting gunned down before they even reached the sand. Jack and his crew managed to get to the beach, and so as the gate dropped on their boat, and as Jack is running onto the beach, the men around him are just getting cut to pieces by these machine guns. Jack manages not to get shot, and he, along with 3 other Marines, run up the beach and they lay down in front of the sand dune that protected them from these machine gunners. Jack knew he couldn't stay there for very long because the Japanese were also firing artillery shells onto the beach, and so it would just be a matter of time before he was blown up. And so Jack and these other 3 Marines that had arrived at the same time, they began moving north, doing their best not to get shot or blown up, stopping behind rocks and trees and jumping behind sand dunes. And after a couple hours of doing this, the 4 of them reached the airfield at the northern end of the island. And when they get there, a machine gunner inside of a pillbox. A pillbox is like a small concrete fort that only has openings on 3 or 4 of its sides that are just big enough for a machine gun to poke through. A machine gunner inside one of these pillboxes notices Jack and the other 3 Marines, and they open fire on them. And somehow, Jack and these other 3 Marines managed to not get shot, and were able to maneuver and then fire through one of those openings and take out the machine gunner inside. And so now that this gunner is down, Jack and the others see the opportunity to run forward and take more ground of this airfield. And as they're running, other Japanese soldiers in the general vicinity, they see them, they start opening up on them from other pillboxes and other locations, and it forces Jack and these Marines to just jump into the nearest trench to avoid getting shot. And so they're jumping into a Japanese trench, which is a deep hole dug in the ground to protect yourself from getting shot. And as they jump in there, they're expecting to see Japanese soldiers coming towards them, but there weren't any soldiers. But they knew they couldn't stay there for very long because eventually Japanese soldiers would come through here and then they'd get killed. And so they quickly decided their best bet was to basically get out of this trench and run towards the pillbox where they knew they had taken out the machine gunner inside, so they could actually take that pillbox for themselves. And so their plan was they would run towards it and stop inside of each of the trenches along the way to protect themselves because they know there are other Japanese that know where they are. And then once they get to the pillbox, they can regroup and call in reinforcements. And so one of the men Jack was with said, okay, I'll go first. And so he climbs out of his trench as the Japanese are shooting at him, and he sprints about 10 or 15 feet until he gets to the next trench on the way to this pillbox. And so Jack is watching as this guy jumps into this trench, and as soon as he disappears out of view, this Marine is immediately turning around and scrambling to get back out of the trench. He's trying to run back towards Jack and the other 2 Marines he was with. It would turn out this guy had jumped into another Japanese trench that was full of Japanese soldiers. He'd actually landed on top of an actual soldier. But these Japanese soldiers were so caught off guard by this, they didn't have time to react and shoot this Marine before the Marine was able to scramble out and get back to Jack and the others. And then for the next several minutes, Jack and these other 3 Marines opened fire on these Japanese soldiers in this trench like 10 or 15 feet away. And these Japanese soldiers, they too opened fire on Jack and the other 3. Jack was able to take out 2 of the Japanese soldiers before his...
Can you imagine? Look at all those. I'm crying. Those Japanese men's faces when a white enemy man jumped into their trench on top of them like a pillow, a blanket fort, a pillow fight with guns. I bet they were scared shitless. I believe it. But then the soldier, oh shit! It would be a bit like a surfer diving into the ocean after just before realizing there's a shark in the wave beneath him. Get me out! It's really not funny, but if you were to put that in as a scene in a movie, that shit would be comical. You can make that funny. I don't know why. I just got a flash of Owen Wilson. Yeah, I don't know why. I can see him playing something like that. If you know, you know.
And so he ducked down into the trench to work on his gun, and as he's down there, he notices there are 2 grenades on the ground right next to him. And so without any hesitation, he yells, "Grenade!" to the other Marines, and then he jumps on top of them, smothering the grenades with his body. One of the grenades was a dud, and so it didn't explode. The other was not a dud, and it went off. The way a grenade works is there is a small piece of explosive that is inside of metal housing that's usually spherical, and this metal housing is the thing you actually hold onto and throw when you throw a grenade. And so when this small explosive is triggered by pulling the pin and releasing the spoon, it detonates and it causes the metal housing itself to be ripped apart and sent flying. Basically, when a grenade goes off, it's like having hundreds of pieces of jagged metal shot off in every direction that are all traveling roughly at the speed of a bullet or faster. And so naturally, a grenade up close is incredibly lethal. In fact, the kill radius of a typical fragmentation grenade is about 5 meters. When the grenade under Jack that was not a dud exploded, it sent Jack flying into the air, and then when he came back down again, his comrades saw him and they could see he was clearly devastated from all the fragmentation that had been pumped into his body, and so they assumed he was dead. But even if they thought he was alive for some reason, there was nothing they could have done to have helped him, because they were actively being engaged by dozens of Japanese soldiers that were only about 10 or 15 feet away. And so eventually, these 3 other Marines that Jack had just saved were forced to leave Jack where he was and retreat back to the beach, and they would all live.
In this S4.
That's wild, dude.
Japanese soldiers in the trench that they were fighting against would eventually come into Jack's trench, but most likely when they saw Jack laying there just completely ruined from this grenade, they assumed he was dead, and so they just kind of left him there. But Jack wasn't dead. He just couldn't speak, and he couldn't see anything, and he really couldn't move, although he could wiggle a few fingers on his left hand. And so for hours, as he lay there in agonizing pain, in and out of consciousness, he just wiggled the fingers on his left hand, hoping an American would see him and know he was still alive. And you gotta figure, this whole time, it is just constant chaos all around him. His chances of survival are incredibly slim. The idea that an American is gonna find him and be able to evacuate him is almost zero, and he must have known that. But by some miracle, eventually another American unit did find their way into Jack's trench, and they did notice him wiggling the fingers on his left hand. And so they were able to evacuate him from the trench down to the beach, and from there, under the cover of darkness, they were able to bring him out to a hospital boat offshore, and there he would begin the first of 26 major surgeries to remove the grenade shrapnel from his torso, his arm, and his face. Despite his grievous injuries, Jack would surprisingly make a full recovery. And 8 months after his injury, the President of the United States would award him the highest decoration for bravery, the Medal of Honor. He would be the youngest recipient of this award since the 1800s, and to this day, he is one of only a handful of minors to have won this award. Following his departure from the military, Jack would survive a near-death experience while skydiving when both of his parachutes, his main and his reserve, failed, and he just smashed into the ground, but somehow lived. He would also survive a very bad house fire, and he would survive an assassination attempt on his life by his ex-wife. And so naturally, he titled his memoir Indestructible. Jack would eventually die of natural causes on June 5th, 2008. He was 80 years old. On April 9th, 2005, in Kaohsiung City, Taiwan, a young man was home alone inside of his apartment watching TV. And as he sat there watching TV, he heard a loud thumping sound coming from right above him. As soon as he heard it, he muted his TV and he listened for a second, and a minute later, he heard it again, a loud thump.
I'm getting allergies.
He heard another one, and another one, and another one, and before long, all he heard was a succession of thumps and also what sounded like chanting coming from upstairs. However, as unusual as these types of sounds might be to the average person, to this young man, these actually weren't that weird. Because the family that lived right above him, the Wu family, were pretty eccentric. They were very religious people who often did these ceremonial dances and rituals at all hours. And a lot of times they involved stomping around and chanting really loudly. And as annoying as that could be, this young man never complained. He was very respectful of the Wu family, and he knew, these sounds he was hearing were connected to their religion, and he felt like that was none of his business. And so, like he did basically every other time he would hear these noises, he simply turned the volume up on his TV and tried to forget about it. But after a few minutes, it was like the noises coming from upstairs just kept getting louder and louder and louder until it was basically impossible to ignore. And then suddenly he heard a scream coming from upstairs that certainly did not feel attached to a ceremony. It sounded like somebody was in danger or in trouble or something. And so at that point, the young man turned the TV off and he stood up and he thought, I need to go up there and like make sure things are okay. I mean, forget being annoyed. It sounds like, someone's in trouble or someone's hurt or something. But as he began making his way towards his door to go upstairs and check on the Wu family, all the noises just completely stopped and it was silent upstairs. And at that point, the young man just stopped where he was. And for a minute, he just listened, waiting to see if maybe the noises would pick back up again. But they didn't. And so the young man just turned around, walked back to his seat, and turned the TV back on. 2 days later, on April 11th, that same young man was back home all alone, watching TV yet again, when, once again, he heard a loud pounding sound. Except this time, it was not coming from upstairs, it was coming from his front door. Somebody was hammering on his front door, trying to get his attention. And so the young man turned off the TV, he got up, he went over to his door, he opened it up, and standing there on the landing was this middle-aged man named Wu Shan, who was the patriarch of the Wu family upstairs. And Wu Shan looked absolutely horrible. He was dressed all in black head to toe, but he was pale and skinny and very gaunt, and he was covered in what looked like filth, like food and ash, and he smelled unbelievably horrible. And the young man, he asked Wu Shan, like, hey, is everything okay? And remember, the young man's thinking about that crazy, loud ceremony they had just 2 days earlier, wondering whatever happened with that. That was so loud. But Wu Shan just looked back at the young man with this kind of vacant expression, and he just said, call an ambulance.
Uh-oh. It's really funny. Wow, that's so funny. Okay.
Shan did not look well, and he's now run away. And again, this young man is thinking about that bizarre ritual he overheard a couple of days ago that just kind of stopped abruptly after screams were heard. Now he's being told to call an ambulance, and so he's thinking, I better go upstairs and make sure things are okay before I do anything else. And so the young man left his apartment, went upstairs to the Wu family's apartment, and the door was shut. But even standing outside the door, he began to smell that same absolutely horrible smell that he smelled on Wu Shan. And so he knocks on the Wu family's door, he's kind of covering...
Okay, really quickly, this kitty knocked over this deck. It's an intuition deck. So I'm just going to quickly read these. Okay. Community calls. So, as I said, I was called to hold some space. What is meant for you will find you. So people who are trying to take from others or block others, no, that's why they're suffering losses. People still get to move forward. They try to block whatever it was, money, partnerships, self-love, opportunities. It's all backfiring on them, but more importantly, what is meant for you will find you. Vulnerability is power also. So, just kind of being honest and authentic about everything, the reality of a situation, how things have been. Seek to build and move forward. Sometimes you have to acknowledge the reality of what has happened and what's been ongoing. Stop pushing and striving, right? This was the root energy. It's time to shine, and your body is like a book. I was picking up something about intuitive messages coming through, and I always say often, I don't look like everything I've been through, but there was a message about, proper healthcare and nutrition and what have you showing through also. Your body's like a book, holds that information. It's picking up also genus codons, like codon structures and higher frequency downloads as well subsequently. Stop Pushing and Striving also came out. And then yesterday or the day before, there was a message from a divine masculine, and he was saying kind of the same thing, like wanting divine feminine just to be in her feminine space. I just heard, I'll take care of you, or let me take care of you. You know what? I saw this one when I was in the shower also. Let me read these really quickly. And the crowning energy is the power of silence. There have been moments today where I've just been listening. I haven't played music or anything. It's just been chilling. Your mind, your soul, and your body. And that's what I meant by hitting things from kind of all sides. The multiple angles, right? From a spiritual note to a physical. Your body is a book. Move your body to move your emotion, and then split your focus. And that's also what Issa was saying, which is, again, why we do the yoga and the flow. Split your focus. So there's been a balance. Oh, look. That's funny. It's the same planet as the title of this video right now. So there's been a lot of stuff, you know, and I did all those cooking projects over there. In fact, I need to go mix some flour into my dough because it looks like it's ready to do a second rise really quickly, and I really should bake that off tonight, honestly. Second chance. Let's break the cycle. Stop running. This is a past life connection. Okay, two things. Can you clear this out of any old cycles, old energies, past energies? Just to make sure. And then also, just let me know what's up with the divine masculine. Split your focus. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going on. I've been multitasking. Reach out. Okay, so the divine masculine, I feel like, is reaching out, or will be, or has been wanting to awaken. I think of you and I touch myself. Our souls knew before we did. Okay, there's this X energy here. Come here, babies. Yeah, there's an X energy here. We have met in the springtime. We've had a falling out in the fall. Spying, I can't let you go. Yeah, no. And I do feel that. There's like this X energy who's been trying to energetically compete for the divine feminine, or like with the divine masculine. But the divine feminine and masculine have just been focusing on higher frequencies, including aligning with each other in some cases. But again, this reading's not for everybody, but yeah, for those that this applies to. An ending to our separation is nearing. Everything else is smoke and mirrors, but me and you, we are the clarity. Don't chase me, right? So he says also, let's awaken. Let's assist by awakening those around us. Don't chase me. I'll reach out to you. I'm coming to you or for you, right? None of these people who've been trying to pull on your energy or mine matter. None of these people, maybe they want a second chance. They're not getting a second chance. But this is a past life connection that is getting another round. Yeah. Soon, fall, October, September, October, November, so like within this month. Siri just opened up, so communication happening. Let's meet up. I've loved you in my previous lives, and did I not just say that? Like a past life connection or older ties, they override deep spiritual connection, they override this other energy that's been trying to come through. That's what I felt like that second chance card has to do with. Also, like, yes, exes want a second chance, but no, the counterparts get a new connection. Synchronicities. You're so enticing. You were in my dreams last night. Yeah, they're both of them, it looks like, are clearing out karmic cycles. They keep removing or detaching from karmic people who try to keep attaching themselves to us. I love you, he says. Do you? I've been focusing on you. For one more day, I'm not afraid to fall. Can we get a night away together? You're the flame that cannot be extinguished. Yeah, look. Hold on. There's two energies coming through in some cases, and so there's this fallen or false masculine. Tell me about this. Tell me about the true divine masculine, please. I want to touch every part of you, divine masculine. Make sure you stay out of ego, divine masculine. We can't stay in a place that we don't belong. I'm being guided to you. The fall time, November, yeah, astral projection. So they're connecting energetically, it seems, and that's what the reading says, and I've been picking that up actually. I listen to songs that remind me of you. I can't just be friends. But this, you know what I'm hearing? The summoning. I would be lying if I told you that. I didn't wish that I could be your man. And so, energetically speaking, they've been drawn towards each other, have been connecting. But he's saying that in the physical, that's what he wants. He wants that to manifest forward. Don't chase me. I need to stop falling for temptation. Be mindful, because usually right before counterparts come together, there are tests and temptations. If somebody has a problem people pleasing, then all these different people, it's like the devil just moving through anybody that it can to try to steer people off course. So you'll have all kinds of people around you who want you to take their opinion, when your lesson is to listen to your own inner voice, divine guidance, and intuition. Maybe there's somebody who has struggled with being loyal or not promiscuous. Maybe you want a healthy long-term connection or what have you. Well, right before you get that opportunity, it's like you're tested. God's like, do you really want this loyal person, right? A loyal long-term commitment. And also, are you really ready for one? Because I don't want to set you up with a loyal long-term person if you're just going to play them. That's not fair to them. Are you really ready? Do you really want this? Because this person is. So it's a test for a few reasons, but that being one of them. Somebody's upset. This is not for everybody. This is not everybody's reading. So please don't force your feet into shoes that don't fit you. So again, if maybe like promiscuity or being loyal has been the challenge for somebody, right before you get this long-term connection, you'll have all kinds of temptations thrown your way, typically speaking. Maybe somebody has had a pattern of falling for people who just want them for their money, or whatever issue, they're dishonest or they're unloyal or whatever the case may be. And instead of recognizing that, they fall into the same toxic pattern. That's also another one. So temptations in my ego just popped out. Yeah, that's a problem, because when you act and behave that way, that's usually when you fumble. Our higher selves are preparing us to come into unity, reach out. So there will be communication here, and that's why it's important right now, especially to be mindful of those things. Maybe somebody either has substance issues, maybe it's even drinking. Right before you get ready to move into a healthy cycle, opportunities to, I don't know, maybe it's peer pressure again, like people inviting you out and drinking and whatever, but then also distractions. They're trying to cause setbacks and distractions. Whatever the temptation is, people pleasing, drinking, promiscuity. In some cases, it can be not taking a leap of faith, being afraid to open up, be loyal, or commit, or whatever the cycle is. Be mindful. This is the point where you live your life and or get ready to live your life in the way that you want. And more specifically, let's say that you want a healthy relationship. You're not going to entertain people you know are not healthy for you. Somebody's angry. We can't stay in a place that we don't belong. No, the temptations or the tests will be different for everybody. But those are pretty common ones that I've seen regularly. People either don't trust their intuition, or they trust other people's opinions over, again, their intuition, or they're afraid, so they just don't take a leap of faith. They have alcohol and addiction problems. Maybe for whatever reason, maybe they've got avoidance problems. Maybe they're just toxic, but they go around and they sleep around, or again, just care too much about what people think. Like, so many times I've seen people be jealous of, let's say, a divine feminine, and they'll talk trash about her, hoping that the masculine will either get so weirded out, intimidated, afraid of whatever it is that they're saying, or more specifically, their reaction to him if he goes and connects with her, that he just won't. So he forfeits his destiny and his blessings because he's afraid to climb over the mountain. He's afraid to face the demons that are trying to tell him that he shouldn't go towards his angel, that are trying to keep him out of heaven, away from heaven's gate, because they know that they can't elevate with him, so to speak. Maybe literally. Who knows? Not for everybody, of course, but in the realm of angels. Heard. Oh. I want to gamble and fall in love with you. I get lost in thoughts of you. Twin flames. That's it. And then reach out just popped out again. So I do feel like this masculine's reaching out, or he will be. You want to tell me about that? Go outside and yell my name to the universe. Union! Yeah, see? The universe has conspired for us to meet self-care. And then once a twin flame, always a twin flame. So, again, just do what you can. Chop wood, self-care right now. In the meantime, if that's all that you can do and sort out, just balance what you can. Regulate what you can. Do what you can until you can do more.
But he doesn't get a response. Nobody comes to the door. So after looking around, he just tried the doorknob, and he found it was unlocked. So, pretty apprehensively, but knowing he needed to see what was going on here, he opened up the door, and right away he's hit with another wave of just this disgusting smell. He can barely breathe, but nonetheless, he steps into the house and he calls out to anybody. Anyone come over here and tell me what's going on. But nobody called back. He kind of looked around the family's apartment, and it was totally filthy. There was just this grime all over everything. And made his way all the way into the living room, and there he stopped. Because in the middle of the living room, on the floor, he saw something that he just simply couldn't believe. It would turn out the Wu family had performed a ritual 2 days earlier. That was the sounds that the neighbor downstairs had been hearing. Those loud stomping and screaming, all that stuff was a ceremony like the family was known to do. However, that ceremony got totally out of hand. So in the weeks leading up to that ceremony, one of the Wu family's daughters came down with an illness. And because the family didn't have a lot of money, they couldn't send her to the doctor. And after a couple of days, when she didn't get better, the family decided that, okay, well, she must not be physically sick. She must be spiritually sick, meaning she was possessed by a demon. And so at first, they tried some ceremonies to ward off this demon, but it wasn't really working. And then before long, the rest of the members of the family began complaining that maybe they too were also possessed by the same demon. And before long, that was the belief that the entire Wu family shared, that they all were possessed by demons. And so, on the day the downstairs neighbor heard all that stomping and chanting and screaming, that was the day that the Wu family performed a big group exorcism to try to get rid of these demons once and for all from all of them.
Good days start with homemade breakfast sandwiches. Technically, so can bad days. Come on, how can you have a bad day after eating bacon and eggs smothered?
Shush.
I'll be right there. I just mixing some bread dough really quickly. I know, baby. No. Stay right there, please. You. All right, I'm coming now. You wait right there, lovies. don't like it? Stay with me.
Vomit. By the time the downstairs neighbor made this discovery, the entire Wu family had fled the apartment. Wu Shan had disappeared after saying calling an ambulance, and the rest of the family too had kind of run off. But the police would ultimately track down all the remaining Wu family members, and they would all be arrested. However, a court ultimately decided that the Wu family was suffering from something known as mass hysteria. And as a result of that, they could not be held legally accountable for what they did. And so, they were all acquitted.
Wild, man.
On August 9th, 1989, 23-year-old Duncan McPherson pulled his little red car into a parking lot inside of a lush green valley in Austria. After parking his car, Duncan reached across his middle console and he grabbed an apple out of a bag, and then he took a bite and just admired the unbelievable landscape all around him. He was near the Austrian Alps, and so there were literally just mountains jutting up everywhere. Duncan, who was originally from Canada, had been this highly touted, unbelievable first-round draft pick by the New York Islanders back in 1984. The Islanders are a professional ice hockey team in the United States. But despite Duncan's incredible promise and athleticism, he just couldn't ever get it together, and so he never actually made the New York Islanders' big league roster. And so, in 1989, Duncan started to realize that maybe his hockey career was coming to an end. But instead of just hanging up his skates in frustration, Duncan decided he would pursue a different type of career that kept him still within the hockey world. He would become a coach. And so, in 1989, Duncan had agreed to coach this small-time professional hockey team in Scotland. And for Duncan, his thought was, I'll go there, I'll learn how to be a good coach, and then down the road, I'll maybe...
Slow down, just got stuck at the top of the deck. Slow down. Rest if you need to. Take care, yeah? Just got all that done. Came over here to unwind a little bit. Still did some check-ins, energy updates, and what have you. But it's okay. Like the seasons and the snow.
The opportunity to coach much more prominent and prestigious teams. But before moving to Scotland and beginning this new career, Duncan decided what he really needed right now was just to take a break, because for basically his whole life, Duncan had been playing hockey around the clock, practically 7 days a week. You don't get to become a first-round draft pick unless hockey is your life. And so Duncan thought, you know what, before I begin this huge life transition, I'm gonna just kick back and relax and go on a huge European vacation. And one of the first stops of this vacation was going to be the Austrian Alps, right in front of him. However, he wasn't just going to look at these incredible mountains, he was going to snowboard down them. Oh.
Finds the perfect...
Hi, baby. Come here. My evening is good. Grand rising. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning here, actually.
Going to learn how to snowboard on these incredible mountains. And so
Stretching.
Duncan finished eating his apple and then chucked the core into the bag, and then he hopped out of his car, shut the door, locked it, and then began walking across the parking lot towards the white gondola station. A gondola is like a ski lift, but much bigger. It's kind of like a small bus with lots of windows, and it's connected to a cable, and that cable, which is elevated off the ground, pulls you up and down mountains. Now, typically, people ride gondolas just for the incredible view of the mountain from up high. But some gondolas are actually in place to take people to specific locations in the mountain. And typically these locations are areas that are not accessible otherwise. You need a gondola to get there. And in Duncan's case, the gondola that he was about to hitch a ride on was of the latter variety. It carried passengers from the station near this parking lot high up into the Austrian Alps, up to about 10,000 feet of elevation, where there was another gondola station called the Eisgrot Mountain Station. And right next to the Eisgrot Mountain Gondola Station was a very unique ski resort called the Stubai Glacier. And overwhelmingly, this ski resort was the reason why people were taking this gondola. This ski resort was unique not only because it was very hard to get to, you basically had to take a gondola or hike up to it, but also because the actual slope that skiers and snowboarders would use at this resort was not just a snowy mountainside like virtually all other ski resorts around the world are. No, instead, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort was a glacier. And so people were literally skiing and snowboarding on a glacier, hence the name. And a glacier, in simple terms, is just a huge swath of thick, permanently frozen ice. And so, in the warmer months, when other ski resorts around the world were not able to continue operations because there was no snow or it was too warm to make snow, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort did not have that problem, because in those warmer months, they could just drive their huge snowcat tractors with their big rakes behind them all over the slope, the glacier, and their rakes would basically chop up the top layer of the ice, turning it into powder for people to ski on, which allowed them to basically stay open every day of the year. And so Duncan, back down in the parking lot, he walked over to the gondola station, he bought his gondola ticket, and then he hitched a ride on the first gondola that swung through the station. And after a slow but beautiful ride up into the mountains, where all that lush greenery down below in the valley was replaced by jagged snow and ice up in the Alps, Duncan finally saw the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort and the glacier itself right behind it that stretched up to the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, the gondola Duncan was on arrived at the Eisgrot Mountain Gondola Station, and Duncan, along with the others inside of the gondola, hopped off, and then Duncan immediately walked over to the resort and headed into the equipment rental store. And after getting his snowboard and his boots and all the other equipment he would need, he headed right back outside to wait for his instructor to arrive. Duncan had previously purchased a lesson with an instructor at the resort. It was set for 11 a.m. And so Duncan, he's out there at the foot of this glacier, and right at 11, an instructor walks over and introduces himself, and Duncan and the instructor immediately start getting into the basics of snowboarding, how to put your boots into your bindings, how to use the edges of your board, and then for a little while, the instructor and Duncan didn't go up the glacier. Instead, they just kind of worked on some basics on the flat ground right there, and then after the instructor felt like Duncan was ready to go, they both walked over to the tow rope, which is a way to get to the top of the slope. There's a cable that kind of rotates from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and there are all these bars attached to the cable.
Somebody's upset, I feel that, about the targeting. It's like somebody kind of muddling over the question I heard earlier. So you mean you haven't actually been getting the medical care that you need, is what the question was. And then subsequently there was a bit of frustration behind that, because there was also an awareness. Basically the message was, so they've been trying to cause you extra harm and you've not been able to get the proper care you need to prevent it, to heal it, or well, pretty much. But I'm still working on it and doing it. Getting help in the areas that I can, where I can, as the other stuff is restructured. But yeah.
And skiers and snowboarders grab the bar while standing on their snowboard or their skis, and they literally get pulled up the mountain. And so Duncan and the instructor grabbed onto the tow rope, They made their way to the top of the glacier, and from there they pushed over to the start of the run. And once they were there, the instructor strapped into his snowboard, and then Duncan strapped into his, and then they were off, very slowly making their way, kind of like a falling leaf pattern. Duncan was not just going straight down the mountain, he's a beginner, and so it's very slow, very controlled, and as they went down, the instructor's giving Duncan tips, how to stay more on his edge, how to slow down, how to speed up. And very quickly, the instructor saw that Duncan was so good at balancing, his legs were so strong, likely because he was a professional hockey player. And so the instructor was telling Duncan the whole time they're going down how unbelievably good he was doing for his first lesson. And so finally, after about an hour of very slowly making their way all the way down this glacier, they reached the bottom where they had first been doing some flat ground stuff. And when they got there, it had started to rain. And it was raining bad enough that lots of people on the mountain were abandoning the mountain and running inside the resort to get out from under the rain. And so the instructor, he looked at his watch and he realized they were almost at 1 p.m., which was the end of their lesson. And he said to Duncan, I don't think we have time to go back up, plus it's raining. Duncan said he didn't care about the rain, but he also understood that, it wasn't ideal conditions. And so they decided that even though there was a few minutes left, they would just cancel the lesson right there, and they would actually just go inside and grab lunch together.
At Dead River Company.
Which sounds smart. But we're here, so what happened?
And so they made their way out of the rain into the resort, and when they went inside the resort, the instructor noticed that Duncan's sweater, which was underneath his yellow rain jacket, was totally soaked. And so he offered to Duncan, hey, do you want to take your sweater off and I'll hang it up inside my office, and by the end of the day it should be dry. And Duncan thought, great, that's fine. So he took off his wet sweater, he gave it to the instructor, and while the instructor was going to his office, Duncan went into the gift shop and he just bought a new sweater for the day. And after that, Duncan had his new sweater on with his rain jacket over it, and then he met the instructor in the cafeteria where they both sat down and had a nice meal. They got to know each other a little bit better. After they were done eating, both of them looked out the window and saw the rain had subsided, but in its place was lots of fog that was rolling in, and so very few people were going back onto the mountain. But the instructor told Duncan that, hey, you did so good today that you should really go back out there on your own this afternoon and practice. Do some runs, go nice and slow, same as I was teaching you, and then tomorrow, when we have our follow-up lesson, we could maybe, get into some more advanced things. Duncan thought that was a great idea. He said he would definitely go out there and practice on his own. And then the two men cleaned up, and the instructor made his way to meet his next client, and Duncan headed right outside, grabbed his snowboard, and began walking towards the tow rope. The next morning, Duncan's snowboard instructor arrived a little bit early to work, and so after getting off the gondola, he made his way over to the resort and he grabbed a cup of coffee in the same cafeteria where he and Duncan had eaten the day before. And then after finishing that coffee, the instructor grabbed his snowboard and the rest of his gear and then headed outside to meet Duncan in the meeting spot they had both agreed on. But when it was time for the lesson to start, Duncan didn't show up. And so the instructor, for a second, thought, was there somewhere else we were going to meet? Did I get the time wrong? But he checked the time, and he remembered the conversation he had with Duncan. They were going to meet at the foot of the tow rope, and he was right there, and Duncan wasn't. And so he thought, okay, maybe Duncan's running late. But he waited and waited and waited, and Duncan never showed up. The instructor was bummed because he and Duncan really had kind of become friends the day before, and he was looking forward to teaching Duncan some more today. But the instructor knew it was pretty common for tourists to cancel their follow-up snowboard or ski lessons. It's like they show up for that first day, they get really into it, they plan on going the next day, but then other distractions in their vacation pull them elsewhere, and they no-show for the lesson. And so the instructor didn't take it personally. He just assumed that, Duncan had found something else to do that was more fun. But the instructor knew he would see Duncan again because Duncan's sweater was still sitting in the instructor's office. 1 week later, Duncan's parents, who were back home in Saskatoon, Canada, got a very unexpected phone call from the Dundee Tigers hockey team, which was the professional hockey team in Scotland that Duncan was going to go coach after this big European vacation. The team rep for this hockey team asked the parents if they knew where their son was because he had not shown up for his first day of work. And Duncan's parents, they immediately were like, that doesn't make any sense. He was so excited about this
Cuddles.
job.
I
This is
love
a
cuddles.
really big deal for him. He would never
Where's the
miss the
cat?
first day. And so the parents
Cat.
told the team rep that they would try to get in touch with Duncan, and as soon as they did, they'd be in touch with the team, and the team rep said they would do the exact same thing for the parents. However, after this call, the parents quickly realized that trying to get in touch with their son was going to be nearly impossible. They knew Duncan had gone on this big European vacation, but they didn't have his itinerary. They didn't know what countries he was going to, in what order. They really only knew that he was really excited and he was just going to be on vacation. That was kind of it. And remember, this is 1989. They can't just call Duncan. There weren't cell phones. They didn't have the easy modern ways that we all communicate instantly. And so the parents are like,
What's up, guys?
What's up, mate? Man Street.
who do we even call? Where do we go? What do we do? And so ultimately, even though this felt kind of dramatic at the time, the parents decided to file a missing person report with Interpol, which is an organization that connects police across international lines. However, the parents quickly learned that this missing person report was not going to become a high priority item for any police anywhere in Europe, because their son was 23, he's healthy, he's strong, he's smart, he's of sound mind, and really all that had happened was Duncan had missed a single day of work on the back end of a huge vacation. So there's lots of reasons why that could have happened. Maybe he extended his vacation. Yeah, it's not professional, but it's totally possible. Or maybe he doesn't want to take the job after all. Or maybe he's just running late. I mean, there's a lot of very logical explanations for why Duncan didn't show up. And so, in short, the parents were told that if you want to find your son right now and not just wait for him to reappear, well, you better go looking yourself. And without hesitation, that's exactly what Duncan's parents did. They packed up a couple of suitcases and they headed to Europe to go find their son. Because to them, it felt like something was wrong here and there was no time to waste. But again, the parents have no idea where their son would have gone in Europe. And so they don't really have a good starting point. They don't know who to talk to. But they just began chasing down every single seemingly insignificant lead they came across. And as they traveled all over Europe, they hung up thousands and thousands of flyers that showed their son's face, said he was missing, and here's a number to call if you know where he is. But despite these efforts, the parents really got nowhere. That is, until about a month into their search, when still they have not found Duncan, they have no idea where he is, they've chased down all these leads, they've all dead-ended. And at this time, the parents convinced several news outlets around Europe to air a segment on their news about Duncan. And one of those missing person segments aired in Austria, and the news anchor in Austria, when they were doing this segment, they described the car that Duncan was almost definitely driving when he went missing. It was that little red car. The parents had discovered in chasing down their leads that their son had borrowed the little red car from a childhood friend who used to play hockey with him, and the friend had told the parents that he had lent it to Duncan, and Duncan had told him he would have it for a week and then return it. But Duncan had never returned the car. And so the anchor in Austria does this segment about how Duncan is missing, and if you have information, come forward. They describe the little red car, and sure enough, not long after this segment aired in Austria, somebody found Duncan's car. It was still sitting in that parking lot right near the Stubai Glacier gondola. Immediately, when Duncan's parents heard about this, they flew to Austria and they met with police who brought them out to look at their son's car. They hadn't moved it. It was still just sitting where he had left it. And then also police showed the parents what they had found inside of the car, which included Duncan's passport, a letter to his girlfriend, where he talked about how excited he was to go to Scotland, and also a bag of rotten fruit. The police also told the parents that now, with the discovery of this vehicle, they were going to really lean into this missing person case to try to find their son, and that the next day they were going to launch this huge search of the area near where his car was to hopefully find Duncan. And so the parents, who were now cautiously optimistic that they might get some answers, they left the police and they went to a local hotel to rest up before the next day when they would be up early and join this huge search party. But when they got to that local hotel, they did what they always did everywhere they went in Europe. They began handing out all these missing person flyers with Duncan's face on them to everybody they saw in the lobby. They began hanging them up all over the hotel. And sure enough, just by completely random chance, they handed one of these flyers to Duncan's snowboard instructor. They handed it to him, he looked at it, and he did a double take, and he was like, I know him. And he explained how he taught Duncan how to snowboard, and then Duncan didn't show up the next day, and he just figured, okay, he blew it off to go do something else, but he'd come back for a sweater, but he never came back for a sweater, and he never heard from Duncan again. And so the parents, they have been searching all of Europe for a month, and they haven't talked to anybody who knew Duncan. They've gotten nowhere, and now they've just randomly stumbled on probably the last person to see Duncan before he went missing. And so they kept asking the instructor, give us more information. What was his attitude like? Was he stressed out? Was he scared? Was he worried about something? Where did he go? Give us anything. But the instructor really didn't have that much more information to offer. And so he tried to answer all their questions, but really just finally said, look, I'm sorry. All I know is after we ate lunch together on the 9th, Duncan said he was going to go out and do some practice runs, but I never actually saw him go up. I didn't see him come down. I just assumed he went up there and was kind of on his own for the day. And then, of course, the next day I didn't see him and he never came back. And so I'm sorry. That's all I know. And so the parents finally said, thank you so much for the information. Please get in touch with us if you remember anything. And the instructor said he would. And then after that, the parents made their way to their room and they went to bed. The next morning, the parents got up early and they headed to that parking lot where Duncan's car was. And there were all these people, police officers and volunteers that were there to be a part of this big search party. And so after the parents explained to the leaders of the search party what the instructor had told them, that very likely their son had been up at the Stubai Glacier ski resort when he went missing, the entire search party quickly hopped on gondolas and made their way up there. And
You talk to them. You name them.
all day, this search party combed this glacier up and down. They walked all around to the backside of this mountain. They rappelled down cliffs and they hiked all over this entire segment of the mountain, but nobody found anything that gave away where Duncan had gone. And the next day, it was the same story. Huge search party looking everywhere, expanding the search, not just Stubai Glacier, but basically all over this entire swath of mountain range. But still, they found nothing. And so, at the end of the second day, the authorities went up to Duncan's parents and they told them that, unfortunately, we can't continue this search. We're calling it off. But Duncan's parents, they didn't call off the search. They continued searching for another 14 years. And over that time frame, they went back to Stubai Glacier over and over and over again. They searched it up and down. They knew all the staff members. They knew all the nooks and crannies of the entire place. But they never found any sign of their son. Fast forward to July of 2003, so 14 years after Duncan had gone missing. And a Stubai Glacier ski resort employee was riding the tow rope towards the top of the mountain when they noticed there was a bright yellow piece of trash right in the middle of the slope. And so the employee rode the tow rope just a little bit higher, and then he let go and skied down to this yellow thing. He reached down and he began pulling on this piece of yellow, and suddenly he stopped. And absolutely horrified, he realized this was not trash. While no one knows for sure what happened to Duncan, here is the leading theory that Duncan's family and authorities, for the most part, agree on. Back on August 9th, 1989, after having lunch with his snowboard instructor, Duncan was feeling motivated to go back out and take some practice runs. And so he headed outside, he looked up at the glacier, there's all this fog rolling in, but it's not raining, and so nobody's on the slope, and so it's perfect for a beginner. He's gonna have this place to himself. And so he grabs his board, he makes his way over to the tow rope, he straps in, he grabs onto a bar, and he makes his way to the top. Once he gets off, he makes his way over to the start of the run, he puts his other foot into his binding, he makes sure he's all set, and then he stood up and began slowly kind of waffling his way down the completely vacant and very foggy slope. And as he was going along, he got more and more confident and began going a little bit faster and a little bit faster until finally he was basically just bombing it down the mountain, relying on his natural balance and strength to kind of keep him up. And then all of a sudden, he caught an edge and flipped forward and smashed into the ground. And when he did, he broke his leg. The unique danger to humans when it comes to glaciers is something called a crevasse. Basically, cracks form in the ice, and sometimes these cracks can be massive, like mind-bogglingly massive, hundreds and hundreds of feet, that if you fall into this thing, you're done. No one's getting you out of there. You are falling either to your death, or you're falling so far down that no one can get to you. Or, like in the case of Stew by Glacier Ski Resort, they had the issue of little crevasses forming kind of all over the place. Especially if it rained, the rain would begin to crack the ice, or if maybe it was warmer than usual, the ice would crack here and there. And so the resort was really good about constantly patrolling their slope to make sure no crevasses had formed anywhere on the slope. And so when you got to Stew by Glacier Ski Resort, you were warned that there is such a thing as a crevasse. This is a real glacier, so make sure you're looking around and don't fall into one. Well, because it had rained, a crevasse had formed, a small one, like a pothole, in the slope, but because it was so foggy because of the rain, as Duncan was bombing down, he didn't see it, and that's what he caught his edge on, causing him to fall and break his leg. And so Duncan, he's now stranded in the middle of the slope. He's not close enough to the bottom to where he could pull himself into the resort. He's not close enough to the top where he could get himself up there and talk to the tow lift operator. And so he's just kind of stranded. There's nobody on the mountain. It's so foggy, nobody can see him from the resort. And so he's just stuck in agonizing pain, wondering what he's supposed to do. At the same time this was happening, another ski resort employee was climbing into one of those big snowcat tractors at the top of the glacier. These tractors were what the resort used to chop the top layer of ice and turn it into snow. And because it had rained that day, a lot of the snow had melted, and so this employee needed to basically go over the entire slope from top to bottom and grind up the ice and make some new snow. And so the employee hopped in the cab of this tractor, shut the door, turned on the engine, turned on the back rake, which in your head, picture a long stretch of metal dragging behind this tractor that had rotating blades that cut into the snow as it moved along. And so this employee, after turning on the rake and making sure everything worked, they drove the snowcat and the rake onto the start of the downward slope, and they began crisscrossing back and forth across the entire slope, turning it all into fresh snow. And as this employee drove, they were very careful not to go too quick because they knew they couldn't see very far with all of the fog. And so they're going like 1 or 2 miles an hour, being very cautious. And then suddenly, at the last second, they see something in the snow. It kind of appeared out of the fog. And so the employees swerved as fast as they could to avoid hitting it. And they did narrowly miss it. Their big...
Build a website you love.
tank-like treads that are on these tractors just missed running this thing over. However, the back rake with the rotating blades did not miss this object. It went right over it. The employee immediately parked the snowcat and then leapt outside and ran over to see what this thing was. And when they got there, they could not believe what they saw. It was Duncan. And all those rotating blades that had crossed over him had basically mutilated him. One of his arms had been cut off, one of his legs was nearly cut off, but it's believed Duncan was actually not dead. The injuries were horrible, but they would not necessarily have killed him outright. He would bleed to death without help, but in theory, he could have been saved. But the employee, even though this was a total accident, totally panicked and decided that because it was so foggy, no one must have seen this. No one was around, and so no one would know that they were the ones who ran this guy over. And so instead of helping Duncan, they just tied him up and dragged him behind the snowcat off of the glacier over to this area where this employee knew there was a very deep crevasse. And they chucked Duncan, who might have been alive at this point, into the crevasse along with his arm and his severed leg, and then the employee used the snowcat tractor to rake over the crevasse. They filled it all in and packed it down, and then they drove down the rest of the way and just hoped no one would ever know. But over the course of the next 14 years, the glacier would melt more and more each year until finally Duncan's yellow jacket popped through the ice. And that's what the resort employees saw as they were going up the tow lift and thought it was trash. It was actually Duncan's jacket. They skied over, they tried to pull it out of the snow, only to then see, literally in the ice, Duncan McPherson looking right back up at them. And Duncan still looked like he was 23 years old because he had been frozen this entire time. According to the Stew by Glacier ski resort, Duncan must have just fallen into this crevasse and died. That's what they say happened, and some authorities say that is what happened. But when they pulled Duncan out of the ice and they found his body had been chopped apart and his snowboard had even been chopped apart, that told a very different story. As for the snowcat driver who drove over Duncan, they were never actually officially identified or charged with any crime because there was a statute of limitations that had run out by 2003. And so no one has ever been held accountable for Duncan's death.
That is
So that's going to do it. Brian Joplin.
Goodness gracious. There's one more story on this, but I'm going to call it right there. In the meantime, please remember to pray. Do no harm. Take no crap. And I will most indubitably catch you on the next one. More than likely tomorrow. Later tonight, since it's technically November 24th. 5:19 a.m. on the East Coast. The sun will be up soon. Cheers. I hear "fuck you back to sleep." I don't know, it's by "Gonna fuck you back to sleep, girl. Let me run." Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. Namaste.